Chapter 43-43. After all, Sir Lei Gong was also the first person to help Lin Ling after Lin Ling had arrived in the final world. Die. After entering the hall, Lin Ling quickly rushed forward along the corridor. Everyone he encountered along the way was slain by his sword. Indeed, no one could stop him. However, Lei Gong had clearly entered the secret realm in the palace. Thus, Lin Ling did not see Lei Gong for a while. Instead, when he arrived at a large hall, he saw two groups of people facing each other. These powerhouses were actually one of the 12 martial gods of Jiuzhou. Lin Ling. After seeing Lin Ling enter, someone let out a cry of surprise, and this person was the unrestrained sword martial god. Beside him were Emperor Miao and a Yuan venerate martial god. On the other side, in addition to the remaining 12 martial gods, there were two other people standing there. One of them was Wang Shui. This person was an expert that Lin Ling had defeated in Spirit Light City. He was very powerful and had also been a powerhouse of the Snow Wind Academy. He had cultivated the 8-9 demonic art and had an extremely strong physical body. Of course, although Lin Ling had defeated him back then, it was obvious that this person had suppressed his cultivation base to be exactly the same as Lin Ling's. That was why he had lost. If he had used his full strength, Lin Ling would have definitely been defeated. The other person was also an old acquaintance of Lin Ling. It was the city lord of City. Everyone looked at Lin Ling. The Yuan venerate martial god was stroking his injured chest emotionally. Clearly, he had also been injured in the previous clash. Lin Ling. As for the martial god powerhouses on the other side, they were also staring at Lin Ling gravely. They had all witnessed the Battle of the Yellow Sea and knew how powerful Lin Ling was. It could be said that in the current Jiuzhou void, Lin Ling was a true authority. No one dared to underestimate him. One of Lei Gong's valiant generals, Lin Ling, whose strength is only below that of the young Qilin, has also come. A voice transmission token appeared in the hand of the city lord of City. He spoke to the voice transmission token quietly. His voice seemed to spread throughout the entire Lei Gong Great Hall. Whether it was those who were fighting or those who were advancing, everyone stopped attacking at this moment. Some people frowned, while others licked their lips in excitement. Obviously, they were not surprised by Lin Ling's appearance, and many of them were looking forward to seeing him. It was Lin Ling's turn. After the city lord of City spread the news of Lin Ling's appearance, he looked at Lin Ling with a complicated expression. Lin Ling, I knew that you would come eventually. Are you going to stop me? Lin Ling also spoke indifferently. He had no enmity with the city lord of City. It was just that their standpoints were different, so they were enemies. Both he and the city lord of City were principled people. They would fight for the lord above them. Therefore, his confrontation with the city lord of City was also an ironclad matter. Lin Ling, Lei Gong has already fallen. He is the host body of the world's will and is a great enemy of the entire Jiuzhou void. Do you want to die with Lei Gong? Let me give you a piece of advice. If you wait to be captured without a fight, we will not treat you as part of Lei Gong's camp. At this moment, an old man also laughed sinisterly. He was one of the 12 martial gods. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled sarcastically. Lei Gong was the host body of the world's will. There was nothing wrong with that. However, weren't the city lord of City and the rest not? They were from the Spirit Nation. Moreover, the entire incident was probably caused by the Spirit Nation adding fuel to the fire. Did these people really think he was an idiot? Go to the underworld and talk nonsense again. Lin Ling slashed out with his sword, cold and merciless. Lin Ling, do you want to walk this path to the end? You've missed your last chance. Seeing Lin Ling attack, the martial god expert's expression changed and he issued a final ultimatum. However, just as he finished speaking, he was drowned by the sea of blood and died completely. So powerful! Such an unexpected turn of events had undoubtedly shocked the remaining martial gods. Because they knew that Lin Ling was very strong, but they hadn't expected him to be able to kill a martial god with a single swing of his sword. After all, that was one of the 12 strongest martial gods in the 9 continents. You martial god kings will all die in a while. While they were shocked, Lin Ling looked at them coldly and said contemptuously, Now, I've killed the Duan lineage martial god and the eternal martial god. If there are a few more of you, then from now on, there will be no more 12 martial gods in the Jojo void. What? Hearing this, those people's faces turned pale with a swoosh. Obviously, they did not expect Lin Ling to be so strong. However, the city master of E-City and Wang Shue's expressions did not change. They naturally knew what had happened to Lin Ling on the island of Ling Kingdom, and they knew very well how strong Lin Ling was. Lin Ling, let's continue the battle from that day. How about it? At this moment, Wang Shui walked out and unleashed his full strength. Demonic energy surged out and caused the ground to sink because his powerful physical strength was erupting. This was the power of 500,000 worlds. However, compared to the last time, he did not suppress his strength this time, so his strength was at the early stage of the lower god realm. Wang Shui, I know that your goal is not to kill me, but to stop me from helping Lei Gong, right? Lin Ling's eyes were cold as he looked at Wang Shui indifferently and said, That's right. Lei Gong has fallen. This is the law of the great Tao, and no one can change it. Wang Shui nodded. Lei Gong is also a world will host. If the Ling Kingdom wants him to fall, isn't this going against the principles of the great god of the Ling Kingdom? Lin Ling pondered for a moment and said again. He knew very well that the 10 world will hosts would not be opponents because they were in the same camp. Therefore, Lin Ling could not understand why the great god of the Ling Kingdom wanted to frame Lei Gong. The thoughts of the great god of the Ling Kingdom are not something I can understand. My goal is to stop you. Wang Shui shook his head and said firmly, Lei Gong is my benefactor. Whether he is a world will host or not, I will definitely help him. Even if he is a devil who has killed trillions of people, I will still help him. If you want to stop me, then the only outcome is death. Lin Ling's voice turned cold as his talents began to fuse. The first stage physique appeared, causing the palace to tremble. We walk different paths. If I can die in the hands of you, Lin Ling, I will have no regrets. After all, you are also from the Wind Snow Academy. From another perspective, you are also one of us. Wang Shui nodded. The demonic technique on his body was even more majestic and domineering, making him look like a giant. If I can die in your hands, I will also have no regrets. Lin Ling nodded and punched out. Rumble. The void exploded as cracks spread out like a mirror. The powerful energy gushed out and caused the surrounding martial gods to fall to the ground. Their faces changed greatly. Chapter 43-44. Wang Shui is the #1 physical body expert in the 9 states. Lin Ling chose to meet him head-on. He might lose. Although the other martial gods were shocked by Lin Ling's momentum, they still had confidence in Wang Shui. Boom. Almost at the same time, Wang Shui also made a move. He threw out a punch that could destroy everything in its path. Not only did it have the strength of the physical body, but it also had the power of spirit essence and powerful divine power. The two fists collided in midair. Then, a gust of wind with the fists as the center gushed out in all directions. Around the fists, a void appeared. One could even vaguely see the fierce battle in the void. It was the collision of tens of thousands of experts, and that void was obviously where Lei Gong was. This meant that when Lin Ling and Wang Shui's fists collided, they had inadvertently hit the void where Lei Gong was. Of course, this void disappeared as quickly as it came, so Lin Ling only caught a glimpse of it. Then, his eyes also looked at Wang Shui in front of him. Wang Shui's long hair was fluttering, his eyes were calm, and his sickly face was rosy at this moment. Lin Ling, compared to last time, now, you can finally defeat me under my full strength. Suddenly, Wang Shui opened his mouth, but he also coughed up a lot of blood. Senior, if you have any unfulfilled wishes, I, Lin Ling, will fulfill them for you. Lin Ling was still expressionless because he knew that Wang Shui had been completely killed by him. Say sorry to the Dean of the Snow Wind Academy for me. I have disappointed them. Wang Shui suddenly smiled, but he also coughed up more blood. Then, his body completely decayed like ashes and disappeared from the hall. The enemy who defeated you back then, I will also defeat him for you in the name of the Snow Wind Academy. Before Wang Shui dissipated, Lin Ling also heard a name from Wang Shui, so Lin Ling also said lightly. At that time, Wang Shui was the strongest genius in the history of the Snow Wind Academy. He represented the pride and glory of the Snow Wind Academy, but in the end he was defeated by someone and disappeared without a trace. Not being able to defeat the other party in the name of Snow Wind Academy was also a knot in Wang Shui's heart that had yet to be resolved. Lin Ling, it's my turn now. The moment Wang Shui died, the city lord of Yi City spoke indifferently. He was clearly not surprised by this scene and had even sensed it a long time ago. The great god of the spirit kingdom has the power to revive people. I want to know if Wang Shui is dead. Lin Ling looked at the city lord of Yi City and said, back then, when he first came into contact with the spirit nation, someone said that after the people of the spirit nation died, they could be resurrected. Therefore, Lin Ling wanted to be sure. Maybe, maybe not. This is no longer important. The city lord of Yi City smiled and did not give an answer. Lin Ling nodded and did not continue to ask. Instead, he said, do you think you are my opponent? I don't think I'm your match. The city lord of Yi City pondered for a moment and then spoke the truth. Because on the island of the spirit nation, Lin Ling had defeated the 4 great gods of the island, including Mengpe and the bloodline of the 12 ancestral sorcerers. Therefore, he knew very well that the current Lin Ling was no longer the Lin Ling of the past. Of course, he was actually surprised by this news for a long time, especially when he thought of the junior he had met in Yi City and the indomitable expert in front of him. This made him feel as if he was dreaming. Hearing the words of the city lord of Yi City, the rest of the martial god kings were all suffocated. Previously, when Lin Ling defeated Wang Shui, they were already very surprised. However, when they saw the city lord of Yi City come to fight Lin Ling, a glimmer of hope rose in their hearts. However, the city lord of Yi City now said that he was also not Lin Ling's match. What level had this Lin Ling reached now? Alright, if you can take my sword, I'll consider it your win. At this moment, Lin Ling slowly pulled out the tyrannical song sword. On the huge sword, there was a sea of blood flowing, and the murderous aura was incomparably dense. Let me try. The city lord of Yi City nodded and did not dare to neglect Lin Ling. He also activated all of his divine origin. Above his head, an ancient 8 trigrams appeared. Qian trigram, Kun trigram, Zhen trigram, Zhen trigram, Li trigram, Qin trigram, Dui trigram, Sun trigram. The ancient voice constantly drifted out. At this moment in the final world, Yi City was in turmoil. The 8 trigrams mirror that had been floating in the sky above Yi City shot toward Lei Gong's main hall like a meteor. Heaven moves vigorously, and a gentleman strives constantly to improve himself. Earth moves vigorously, and a gentleman carries things with great virtue. An 8th grade divine fetus descended. The power of the divine fetus had actually reached the number of 5,000. 5,000 was an incomparably huge amount of divine fetus. It was also the full strength of the city lord of Yi City. This is the divine fetus. The surrounding martial god kings also sensed that the entire main hall was protected by an ancient 8 trigrams intent. It felt as if it was immovable like a mountain. Try your steps of God. However, even if he activated all of his strength, the city lord of Yi City still did not dare to underestimate Lin Ling's sword. This was because he knew that Lin Ling's sword had killed millions of martial gods. Very strong. Lin Ling stared indifferently at the city lord of Yi City, nodded, and activated the final sword. Although his steps of death was powerful, there was a time limit. It was fine if he did not use the sword. Once he used the sword, he had to kill people. After killing a certain number of people, the steps of death would disappear and he would not be able to use it for a short period of time. At this moment, Lin Ling sensed that the scabbard had finally reached its limit. Xiao Emo Sha Suapahi. An ancient voice drifted out. Then, behind Lin Ling, an old man quietly appeared. His long hair was like a raging fire, and his killing intent was like an ocean. He gently slashed out. An incomparably dazzling sword appeared, and its speed was also incomparably fast. Even with the city lord of E-City's strength, he could only roughly see the shadow of the sword. Looking at the martial god kings, they were even more miserable. They could only see a ray of blood light. Rumble. When this sword slashed towards the city lord of E-City, the 8 trigrams above his head shook violently. A ray of blood light appeared on the surface of the 8 trigrams mirror. Moreover, the blood light kept cracking, and the cracks kept spreading. In the end, the originally clear mirror quietly turned into the color of a sea of blood. Pucci. The city lord of E-City was originally standing on the ground, but he staggered back and finally sat down on the ground. His eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. He did not block the sword. Yi Jian's killing intent was too strong. It shocked the world and made ghosts and gods weep. Was this the power of the steps of God? Why didn't you kill me? Suddenly, the city lord of E-City raised his head and frowned at Lin Ling. Because of your daughter. Lin Ling looked indifferently at the city lord of E-City and said. His words caused the city lord of E-City's body to tremble. Lin Ling continued, I don't know why you're fighting for the spirit nation, but to me, the world will wants to destroy my family, so I'll do my best to stop it. This is why I'm fighting. Chapter 43-45. As for the tyrannical song sword in Lin Ling's hand, the blood-red light on the blade began to recede. However, before it did so, Lin Ling did not even look around and slashed out with his sword. Ah! A painful cry rang out. However, before the cry ended, a martial god expert was cut into 2 halves. Swoosh! Lin Ling did not stop waving his sword and slashed out again. Another martial king fell. In the end, all the martial gods who were enemies of Lei Gong were killed by Lin Ling. Unrestrained sword martial god, let's go. When they arrived at the entrance of a corridor in the main hall, Lin Ling's voice also floated over. Okay. The unrestrained sword martial god and the others subconsciously replied as if they had heard the order of a god. In fact, Lin Ling's sword was too terrifying and made them understand a truth. There was always someone better than you. Lin Ling, your sword, whose sword is it? However, just as Lin Ling was about to disappear, the city lord of E-City hurriedly asked. Sha Mo. A cold and emotionless voice quietly floated over from afar in the corridor, causing the city lord of E-City to tremble. He kept recalling, Sha Mo. In the end, he laughed bitterly and shook his head helplessly. Sha Mo. He had heard from Lord Ning that although he was only a god in the Age of Gods, he was extremely famous in the Age of Gods and had to mobilize all the gods and Buddhas to punish him. He did not expect that Lin Ling had actually obtained his sword. Xian knew, this time, father is alive because of you. Then, the city lord of E-City looked into the distance as if he could see the woman in E-City who had been waiting for him to return home. His daughter was called Yi Xiannu. She liked Lin Ling but was rejected by Lin Ling with an excuse. However, Yi Xiannu did not give up and had been waiting in E-City for Lin Ling to pick her up. Lin Ling, have you become a god? As Lin Ling and the others quickly floated along the corridor, Miao Di asked curiously. Lin Ling nodded. His eyes were still looking forward. By now, he knew that Lei Gong's main hall was filled with experts. It would not be easy to reach Lei Gong's side. By the way, have you seen a monster that looks like a yiksha? Then, Lin Ling looked at Miao Di and said. Miao Di, carefree sword martial god and the others were still shocked by Lin Ling's strength. After hearing Lin Ling's words, they immediately felt an irresistible feeling and hurriedly replied, right now, the Lei Gong Great Hall is filled with experts. We have never seen that yiksha-like monster you mentioned. Hearing this, Lin Ling frowned. The yiksha-like monster he mentioned was naturally the giant ghost. Lin Ling wanted to know where the giant ghost, Emperor God Zhang Gang and the others went. He wanted to know if they had reached Lei Gong's side. There was also Xingyi. What about him? But now, it seemed that Lei Gong's main hall was filled with battles. Only by going to Lei Gong's side could he know everything. Die. As he was thinking, a large number of experts appeared in front of him. They were not from Lei Gong's main hall, so Lin Ling rushed forward and punched out. Lin Ling, it's Lin Ling. Those people were all wearing heavy armor. They were from Titanic Crescent God, so they recognized Lin Ling. However, Just as they recognized him, they were immediately killed by Lin Ling's punch. The current Lin Ling could kill martial gods as easily as chopping vegetables. Lin Ling. Just as he rushed out of the corridor, there was another main hall in front of him. There were many people from Lei Gong standing there. However, they were now like stone statues, unable to move. There was also a black cauldron in the main hall. Black Crow Old Man. Lin Ling swept his gaze and immediately recognized the black cauldron. During the Battle of the Yellow Sea, Lin Ling fought with this Black Crow Old Man. This person was a divine fetus who borrowed the body of another to revive. He was a god from the god realm. However, Lin Ling never expected that this Black Crow Old Man would appear in Lei Gong's main hall. He must be thinking of fishing in troubled waters. Without any hesitation, Lin Ling floated towards the black cauldron. Then, he kicked out fiercely and directly shattered the black cauldron. Lin Ling, it's you again. After the black cauldron exploded, an illusory figure appeared. It was like a ghost in fog. At this moment, it was staring at Lin Ling with a face full of anger. Die! Lin Ling activated his divine energy and flooded it, completely refining the ghost fog. Lin Ling, I won't let you off. Black Crow Old Man's voice seemed to come from another void. It was mixed with malevolence and resentment. Because it was Lin Ling again. Lin Ling again. He, Black Crow Old Man, had powerful means, but it was ineffective against Lin Ling. Because Lin Ling's soul force was too strong. It was completely uncontrollable. Get lost. Lin Ling frowned slightly. He immediately knew that Black Crow Old Man had escaped. In reality, this divine fetus from the god realm was not in Lei Gong's main hall at all. However, after destroying Black Crow Old Man's black cauldron, Lin Ling was confident that he had also greatly damaged Black Crow Old Man's vitality. Lin Ling. After the black cauldron was broken, those people who were like stone sculptures recovered their strength. It turned out that they were all controlled by the black cauldron and nearly lost their lives. Do you know where Lord Lei Gong is? Lin Ling could not be bothered to say too much and asked directly. I know. Over here. An old man also knew that there was no time to lose, so he immediately led the way. Everyone followed Lin Ling and rushed towards Lord Lei Gong's side. Along the way, Lin Ling saved many more people, causing more and more experts to follow behind him. The current him was like the new master of Lei Gong's main hall. He made all of Lei Gong's people believe in him. Lei Gong's main hall was grand and vast. Currently, there were battles everywhere. Moreover, a voice suddenly appeared in everyone's ears. Lin Ling has returned. Lei Gong's trial taker, one of the current generation's 8 new gods. He has already killed the trial takers, the 7th prince, Wanggu Yanhui, Wang Shui, and E-City's city lord, Black Crow Old Man. He's heading towards the Kuan position. Those who received the order, stop him with all your might. It was unknown who shouted the voice, but everyone who heard it focused their eyes. As expected of one of the current generation's 8 new gods, Lin Ling was actually getting closer and closer to Lei Gong. Lin Ling, the second strongest expert after Lei Gong? I'll stop him. This guy is finally here. I've been waiting for a long time. In the direction of the Kuan position, the top experts of the 9 prefectures void began to rush there. They wanted to obliterate Lin Ling there. At the same time, in the void of Lei Gong's main hall, everyone heard the previous sentence, causing many people's eyes to focus. Emperor God Zhang Gang, Lin Ling is here. An evil spirit that looked like a yaksha revealed a vicious smile at this moment. He's really late. If he came a little later, he would have been able to collect our corpses. Not far away, a middle-aged man who was fighting a woman said with a faint smile at this moment. Chapter 43-46. Lin Ling is here. Yes. In all directions of the void, many people's eyes flickered. Among them, there was a woman who was as cold as a queen. Her eyes flashed with killing intent. She was naturally the glazed female empress. There are many who want to stop Lin Ling, but I'm afraid no one can stop him. Lin Ling will come here sooner or later. Yes. Luli Empress thought to herself. She had a feeling that the strongest of Eugene and the Titanic Crescent God would be sent in the direction of the Kuan position. Unfortunately, It would be useless. This was because she had seen Lin Ling fight 1,000,000 martial gods with her own eyes. Even now, when she thought about it, she was still shocked. I must kill Lei Gong before Lin Ling arrives. Only then will Lei Gong become the true host of the world will. Yes. She then looked at the place where the most intense battle was taking place in the distance. The killing intent in her eyes grew stronger. That was the place where the gods were fighting. Lin Ling, you're back? Yes. In the middle of the most intense battle, an old man's eyes narrowed. A complicated emotion appeared in his eyes. He was Lei Gong. Then, he looked at the people who were dying and felt a sense of guilt. Too many people died for me. Am I really the host of the world will? Yes. The old man muttered to himself. A powerful lightning bolt collided with a giant in the distance. However, he was holding back. The giant opposite him sneered and did not hold back at all. Lin Ling, come quickly. Lord Lei Gong can't stop you. Yes. Not far away from the old man, there was also an intense battle going on there. A child with a cape draped over his shoulders and an awe-inspiring aura spoke faintly. Young Lin, use your full strength. Yes. Not too far away from him, endless streams of water shot up into the sky. The sound of splashing water echoed through the void. A woman in a flowing dress floated in the air. She had beautiful blue hair, and her blue hair fluttered in the wind like water. Endless divine power emanated from her body. Young Lin, there are 3 people who are trying to stop Lin Ling. They are the Crown Prince, Qing Mo, and San Ling. These 3 are the 8 gods. Although the Crown Prince lost to Lin Ling, if the 3 of them work together, Lin Ling won't be able to come here. Yes. A clear and cold voice drifted out from the woman's mouth. It was like a falling flower, but the flowing water was heartless. Luo God forbidden. Yes. Soon after, she released a low shout. Her originally gentle aura suddenly changed, becoming like a violent storm, and also like a torrential river. Of course, her aura. Of course. Luoshan, at the moment, we are not in a weak position. The child squinted his eyes. He sensed the woman's powerful aura and shouted, Qilin transformation. He had the appearance of a child, but he suddenly grew up and turned into a man with 1-meter-long hair. His body was covered in green scales, and his eyes were green. He had a strong sense of killing intent. Although you are resisting stubbornly, there are only a few people in Lei Gong's palace who are worthy of being feared. One of them is you, the other is Lin Ling, and the other 2 are mid-stage low-god great generals. Seeing the child transform, the woman's eyes flashed slightly. She had long heard of the number 1 trial taker under the Thunder God clan, young Qilin. He was the number 1 among the 8 new deities and the number 1 expert under the Thunder God clan. Now that she had seen him, she knew that young Qilin was indeed worthy of his reputation. Young Lin was also a mid-stage low god, but there was an indescribable energy around him. It seemed to be the legendary steps of the gods. Let me meet you, the number 1 among the 8 gods. The woman called Luoshan stretched out her hands. Above her palms, balls of water appeared. She frowned slightly and countless balls of water shot forward, illuminating a part of the void. Luoshan of the 8 gods has finally made her move. Attracted by the shocking scene, many experts stopped their attacks and looked solemnly into the distance. Rumble. In this part of the void, fierce battles were going on everywhere. The whole void seemed to be collapsing. However, it was clear that Lei Gong's side was losing ground. Everyone in Lei Gong's palace was looking forward to it. Lin Ling, come quickly. After all, he was the 2nd strongest challenger in Lei Gong's palace. At this moment, Lin Ling was dashing along the corridor. But soon, he frowned and stopped abruptly. Lord Lin Ling, what's wrong? The people following behind him were all taken aback, and they stopped as well. You guys go first. Lin Ling stared ahead. There was a great hall there, and it was the great hall where the Thunder God used to discuss matters. As long as he reached this place, he would be able to find a stone door that would lead him to the void where the Thunder God resided. That void was the battlefield where the 8 gods' heavenly palaces' quota was contested. Of course, on the way to the palace, Lin Ling also noticed 3 powerful auras. They seemed to have been waiting for a long time. These 3 auras were very strong. Each of them was not weaker than Luli Empress. Obviously, they were the 8 gods of this generation. We go first. Hearing Lin Ling's words, the experts behind Lin Ling were shocked. However, they did not think too much and immediately rushed forward. Just as they were flying along the corridor, 3 figures quietly appeared like reflections in water. The 3 of them leaned against the wall of the corridor. Their bodies emitted a soul-crushing aura that shocked all the experts who were flying past. 3 spirits, Qingemo, Crown Prince. After seeing the 3 of them clearly, everyone's hearts sank. Because they knew that the 3 of them were one of the 8 new gods of this generation, and their strength was as formidable as Lin Ling. Now that the 3 of them had appeared at the same time, Lin Ling was probably in trouble. Go! However, the leading old man could not care less. He suddenly gritted his teeth and planned to rush past the 3 of them. After all, he had heard that Lin Ling had asked them to go first. Therefore, he believed that Lin Ling would not harm them. The experts behind him were somewhat hesitant. They were afraid that the 3 of them would suddenly attack them. However, seeing that someone had taken the lead, they braced themselves and rushed forward. A sense of death quietly spread over them. The 8 gods of this generation had the strength to easily kill them, just like how Lin Ling had easily killed the other gods. However, this sense of death only spread. In the end, it did not attack, allowing those people to smoothly pass through the 3 of them. Chapter 43-47. At this moment, they realized that after Lin Ling's return, the entire battlefield in the Lei Gong Hall had quietly changed. This was because at least 1/3 of Yojin's people had to deal with Lin Ling. It was hard to imagine that if 1/3 of the people went to deal with Lei Gong, the pressure on Lei Gong's side would be even greater. 3 spirits, Qingemo, and the Crown Prince have successfully stopped Lin Ling. Almost at the same time, an old voice resounded throughout the hall, causing the expressions of those who were fighting to change. Even the battle in the void paused for a moment. They finally caught up. Many people let out low voices. They knew that Lin Ling was in trouble. After all, how could Lin Ling resist the joint forces of 3 of the 8 new gods of the current era? When the voice floated out, an oppressive aura spread throughout the silent corridor as if the entire corridor was frozen. If not for the fact that the Lei Gong Hall was a product of the god realm, this powerful aura would have turned the hall into dust. Lin Ling, you defeated the city lord of E-City. Your strength should be that of a god, right? At this moment, a voice finally floated out. It was the Crown Prince who spoke. Try it and you'll know. Lin Ling stared at the 3 people and replied indifferently. He could sense that the Crown Prince's strength had clearly increased compared to the time of the competition. Moreover, it had increased by more than 30%. The Crown Prince was indeed powerful. After all, it hadn't even been 3 years since the competition. Of course, although the Crown Prince's strength had increased, he still hadn't become a god. However, the other 2 were genuine gods. Whether it was the divine embryo or the divine power, they had all reached unprecedented heights. One of them was a boy wearing Buddhist prayer beads. He looked delicate and had a very amiable smile on his face. However, that smile carried a thick murderous intent. The other person's aura seemed very decadent. His eyes seemed to not care about anything in the world. However, Lin Ling could still sense a sharp aura from him. He was also a very strong opponent. 3 spirits. Noticing Lin Ling's gaze, the boy introduced himself. We've met during the competition. My name is Qingemo. The other man also spoke calmly. Back then, after the 8 great new gods had finished competing for the slots, they had walked down the corridor together. Therefore, they had already met each other once. Therefore, Lin Ling also had some impression of them. However, compared to before, because this matter was of great importance, the 2 of them didn't conceal their auras now, and they gave off the feeling that they were more than twice as strong as before. Qingemo? Back then, he was the #1 expert of the 3rd Hall of the Heavenly Sword Academy. He was also the first halberd cultivator in the history of the Heavenly Sword Academy who didn't cultivate the sword. Lin Ling's gaze finally landed on the dispirited man. The latter raised his eyes, seemingly surprised that Lin Ling was so familiar with him, but he still nodded. Do you know Wind Snow Academy's Wang Shui? Lin Ling knew Qing Yemo because of Wang Shui. Qing Yemo was the master who had defeated Wang Shui. I'm sorry, I don't know this person. However, Qing Yemo shook his head. Then he seemed to have guessed something. Since you mentioned Wind Snow Academy, Wang Shui and I must be from the same generation. Since you mentioned him, he should have remembered my name. Unfortunately, I really don't remember him. He's just one of my defeated opponents. He's not worth mentioning. There was a hint of arrogance in Qing Mo's tone. He was one of the few trial testers who had graduated from the academy. This was the same as Lin Ling. Now, he was one of the 8 great new gods. Of course, he had the right to be arrogant. It doesn't matter if you don't remember. I hope that after you lose, you can remember Wind Snow Academy's Wang Shui. And I will defeat you on behalf of Wind Snow Academy. Lin Ling nodded. His eyes quietly revealed his fighting spirit. Thank you for thinking so highly of me. After all, there are very few people in the 9 states who don't know your name, Lin Ling. So, it's my honor to be remembered by you. However, our purpose is to stop you. So, if you want to have a fair fight with me, I'm afraid it will be very difficult. Qing Yemo also nodded and said lightly. To me, the 3 of you are still one person. It's all the same. Lin Ling replied. Arrogant. Lin Ling's words undoubtedly shocked the 3 of them. Then, they shook their heads contemptuously. If Lin Ling fought with them one-on-one, they would be a little afraid. However, if the 3 of them joined forces, they were 100% confident. After all, Lin Ling was not the only 8 great new gods here. Next, do you want to continue chatting or do you want to fight? Let me remind you, now that Eugene and Titanic Crescent God are attacking Lei Gong won't be able to hold on for much longer. At this time, the boy named 3 Spirits said with a faint smile. As you wish. Lin Ling no longer hid his strength. He merged the first stage of his talent and rushed forward. The corridor was narrow and not suitable for an intense battle. However, the 4 of them were the new gods of the 9 states. So, although the corridor was narrow, it was as vast as the void to them. Lin Ling instantly appeared in front of one of them. Then he struck out with his palm. His first opponent was naturally the Crown Prince. This was because he knew that the Crown Prince was the weakest among the 3. At some point in time, if he wanted to defeat a group of powerful enemies, it was best to start with the weakest. Sensing Lin Ling's attack, the Crown Prince snorted coldly. The realm essence in his body surged and turned into divine power. It flowed out from his limbs and bones, forming a large blood-red cloud. Then, he quietly transformed into an immortal vampire. All of this seemed slow, but in fact, it happened in the blink of an eye. A palm covered in blood-red light fiercely slammed toward Lin Ling. As for Lin Ling, he had already activated his palm, and all of his strength gushed out. After colliding with the Crown Prince's attack, the Crown Prince was directly smashed into the wall, and terrifying cracks spread along the wall. He really is a lower god. And he's so strong. The Crown Prince sensed that his right arm was about to split open. His expression changed drastically. Boom. However, Lin Ling's power didn't stop there. It continued to surge. After a loud boom, the Crown Prince completely exploded, shocking the 2 people on the side. This was because they did not expect Lin Ling to become so strong. He could actually defeat the Crown Prince in one move. One must know that the battle between Lin Ling and the Crown Prince took hundreds of rounds before the victor was decided. The gap is too big. Is this how much Lin Ling has improved in the past few years? Chapter 43-48. Almost at the same time, behind the 3 spirits, the Crown Prince appeared again. As expected of an immortal vampire, he could resurrect after being smashed by Lin Ling. At this moment, the hands of the 3 spirits spread out like scattering flowers. The string of Buddhist beads around their necks shattered, and all of them shot towards Lin Ling. Every Buddhist bead had the word swastika, which was very mysterious. What a strong divine power! Swastika! Lin Ling pulled back his fist, and his expression changed slightly. He sensed that the divine power of the Buddha beads had reached the 5,000th level. He didn't know how much of the three spirits' strength was in the beads, but if it was less than half, then the three spirits' strength was beyond imagination. 30,000 great heavenly flames. Swastika! As he kept retreating, Lin Ling's hand rose, and then he kept slapping. Every time he slapped, a large amount of Human King's flames shot out, colliding with the Buddha beads like flames. In midair, the two attacks collided, and an earth-shattering roar erupted. However, the Buddha beads of the three spirits were obviously more powerful, but Lin Ling's great heavenly flames were more. 7th grade Divine Fetus. When Lin Ling activated the Human King's flames, the three spirits also sensed it, and their eyes became more serious. Lin Ling, didn't you say you wanted to stand up for Wang Shui? Then come and try. Suddenly, a stream of light appeared in the corridor, surrounded by thousands of stars. Then, a trident appeared, piercing through the void and appearing in front of Lin Ling. Break! Lin Ling was still activating the great heavenly flames, but at the same time, he also activated the thunder element of the Luai's real body. It circled behind his arm, and he punched out. Rumble! At the moment of the collision, Lin Ling's figure fell back again, and the air behind him was also knocked out of the void, and it continued to explode as if a small world was exploding. What? Qing Mo was still holding his halberd, but his expression changed because he attacked while Lin Ling was blocking the three spirits. Lin Ling should have been injured, but Lin Ling only retreated. What a powerful physical strength. Lin Ling grabbed the wall with his other hand and cracked it. He stomped his feet on the ground and stopped the momentum. His right fist was covered in lightning and he still punched out, blocking Qing Mo's fatal attack. At least 900,000 world force. What shocked Lin Ling was that Qing Mo's physical strength was actually stronger than Wang Shui's. That's right. In fact, I'm the one with the strongest physical strength in the 9 states. I just remembered that Wang Shui you mentioned earlier. She's a guy who practices the 8-9 mysteries. Qing Mo stopped and looked up at Lin Ling proudly. He said, because I'm the one who practices the 8-9 mysteries. This news shocked Lin Ling. No wonder Qing Mo was so powerful. He had the real 8-9 mysteries. However, Lin Ling could guess that Qing Mo's 8-9 mysteries was not complete. Otherwise, he would be much more powerful. After all, Lin Ling knew that the 8-9 mysteries was based on physical strength. Back then, the great sage, Heaven's equal, Erlangshun, had practiced this technique and defeated all the gods and Buddhas. You're the one with the strongest physical strength in the 9 states? Not necessarily. Putting away his thoughts, Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. He suddenly yelled, "Second stage!" The flame of the Human King spread out like a tide. Real God Luai's even broke the ceiling in the corridor, and King Kong was among them. A domineering King Kong palm slapped out from Lin Ling's body. Rumble! The trident that had collided with Lin Ling was immediately bent like a bow. Then it completely collapsed. Physical strength. Qing Mo's expression changed drastically. He abandoned the trident and kept retreating. From Lin Ling's palm, he sensed that Lin Ling's strength was not weaker than his. Help me! At the same time, he shouted at the 3 spirits and the others. At this moment, the 3 spirits and the others' faces were slightly pale because they'd thought that Qing Mo would be able to defeat Lin Ling, but who knew that Lin Ling would erupt with his strength and suppress Qing Mo with ease. All appearances are illusory. If you see all appearances, you see Buddha. The 3 spirits' hands kept dancing. The scattered Buddha beads floated back and connected together again. They became bigger and then fell on Lin Ling's head. The Buddha beads now had more than 6,000 god power. Immortal Blood Mountain Boat. Behind the 3 spirits, the Crown Prince also went all out. Blood mist appeared above his head, and then an ancient mottled ship slowly sailed out. There was a flag on the bow of the ship, and it was a skull flag. This was the saint boat that the immortal vampires had used to escape the catastrophe. The Crown Prince used the realm essence to activate it. It was also the totem of the immortal vampires. As for this attack, the power of divinity had reached the level of 5,000. Qing Mo saw that this was an opportunity. He also used all his strength. 8-9 mysteries, heaven-changing fist. He knew very well that if he wanted to kill Linling, he couldn't rely on unorthodox techniques. This would even waste the opportunity created by the three spirits. So, he used the royal way to attack Linling. Rumble. A gigantic fist occupied the entire corridor as it hurtled towards Linling. That physical strength had completely reached the power of 1,000,000 worlds. The three attacks were so terrifying that in the void of the 9 continents, not to mention 3 attacks, even if it was just one attack, there would be very few people who could withstand it. Rumble. The entire palace was shaking. Whether they were fighting or running, they all stopped fighting and looked in the direction of the Kuan position in shock. Is it the battle on Linling's side? Many people murmured in their hearts. Now, apart from the battle on the void, the most intense battle in Lei Gong's palace should be the battle on Linling's side. They didn't know if the 3 new gods could completely eliminate Linling. At this moment, many people's hearts were in suspense. They were actually a little nervous. Looking at the corridor again, it had been destroyed by the 3 great attacks, leaving Linling with nowhere to run. At the back of the corridor, the 3 spirits were breathing heavily. Sweat the size of soybeans dripped from their foreheads, but their eyes were glued to the front, as if they were afraid that they would miss something. Of course, while they were looking forward to it, they were also a little excited. They believed that Linling would not be able to block it. So, they were also waiting for the old voice to announce that Linling was in the Kuan position and that he had been completely killed by the 3 of them. Chapter 43-49. Boom. The ancient ship exploded, turning into decaying debris. When the Buddha beads smashed down from the sky, the man only needed 1 punch. Boom. The Buddha beads scattered like falling flowers in the void. When the giant fist with the power of 1,000,000 worlds came, the man still only needed 1 punch. Boom. The giant fist stopped, and cracks appeared, shattering like glass. Just like that, the man in the gray robe walked toward the 3 people step by step. The 3 people's eyes trembled, and a voice floated in their minds, "Gray robe, gray robe, gray robe." In their eyes, Linling was no longer Linling. Instead, he was like the grim reaper who represented darkness. His power has probably reached the power of 1,000,000 worlds. Godly power, his godly power isn't weak either. I'm afraid it's not weaker than the 6,000 paths. Plus, his godly fetus aura is so terrifying. Qing Mo and the other 2 kept talking, and finally came to the conclusion that Linling had the power to easily kill them. The 3 of them looked at each other, and then burst out with full speed, running toward the back of the corridor. Now, they were completely terrified. But how could Linling let them escape? If one of them escaped, it would put some pressure on Lei Gong. Powerful soul power shrouded Linling's body. This was the step of wisdom. The crown prince, who was at the back of the 3, sensed a wave of death spreading toward him like a plague. This made his expression change drastically. "Help me, help me." As soon as he shouted, he sensed that the power of the godly fetus had been sealed. The advantage of the immortal vampires had disappeared. "Sanling, save me." This made the crown prince even more panicked. He frantically grabbed the person closest to him. However, the 3 spirits also sensed the terrifying sealing power, because the mala beads on his neck were jumping crazily. Usually, the only explanation for such a situation was that there was a power beyond his control. The power of control had arrived. "Sorry." Sanling waved his right hand, shaking off the crown prince's pole, and then quickly ran forward. With every step he took, the Buddha beads on his neck cracked, and he used the cracks to completely escape Linling's step of wisdom. When he rushed out of the step of wisdom's range, there were only 7 beads left. What power is this? Sanling, who had escaped with his life, felt like he had just survived a disaster. Almost. Boom. As soon as he rushed out, the person beside him. It was Qing Mo. At the moment, he was drenched in sweat, as if he had just escaped from the step of death. After rushing out of the step of wisdom, his legs went weak, and he almost fell to the ground. He slowly recovered, and only then did he manage to stand up. It's the step of God, and it's of the soul type. Then, Chingemo looked at the three spirits and said. Her words made the three spirits tremble. Of course, he had heard of the god stairs, but there were strong and weak god stairs too. Lin Ling was able to seal someone's ability with one move. The god stairs must be very high level. Chingemo, San Ling, save me. At this time, the crown prince's weak voice came from the corridor behind them. That voice was very flustered and powerless, which made San Ling and San Ling look back. They saw the crown prince crawling on the ground in pain, his whole body trembling, and he was already scared out of his wits. Behind the hazy corridor, Agri figure was slowly walking over. Go immediately. With just a glance, San Ling and Chingemo immediately ran forward. In a panic, Chingemo even fell down. If the people of the four great gods saw this, they would be shocked because even someone as strong as Chingemo had such a moment of panic. He came on behalf of Forgotten Snow, using the fame and fortune of the Snow Wind Academy to defeat me. Especially when he thought of what Lin Ling said to him before, Chingmo's heart was once again shocked. He knew that the Snow Wind Academy had produced a terrifying expert, and he had also pushed the Snow Wind Academy to the highest peak in history. This Lin Ling's strength is probably on par with the young Qilin. How did his strength increase so quickly? San Ling said in a panic. The two of them disappeared into the depths of the corridor one after the other. However, when they disappeared, they heard a painful scream. It came from the Crown Prince. It was obvious that the Crown Prince was in trouble. And this also made them quicken their pace, along the corridor, wanting to quickly reach the void of the battle and tell everyone that Lin Ling was no longer as strong as before. Lin Ling, spare me, spare me. At this moment in the corridor, the Crown Prince kept vomiting blood, and he kept crawling back. Bang! But just as he finished speaking, Lin Ling kicked him, sending him flying, and his sternum continued to crack. Lin Ling was dressed in a gray robe, but his eyes were looking at the corridor in the distance, and he walked forward step by step. Previously, he also wanted to leave Chingemo and the others here, but these two were too strong, and Lin Ling didn't want to waste time chasing after them, so he just let them go. He let them escape. Lin Ling, I'm just following orders, spare me. And the Crown Prince looked at the gray figure that kept coming, and the panic in his eyes grew stronger. Making an enemy of Lei Gong is making an enemy of me. Lin Ling came in front of the Crown Prince, raised his foot high, and then stomped down heavily. Boom! The foot with terrifying power landed on the Crown Prince, and he was directly crushed into powder. The Crown Prince had the body of an immortal vampire, but it was sealed by the steps of wisdom, which meant that he couldn't be resurrected, and he was completely dead. Seeing this, Lin Ling didn't stay, and withdrew the third stage of the fusion talent, and then rushed down the corridor. At this moment, in the void of the battle, there was chaos everywhere, and it caused the void to continue to crack, and then it kept on fusing. Die! Looking at Lei Gong again, the number of people was decreasing, and they were constantly being killed by the strong. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the people in Lei Gong's hall were all wiped out. And at this moment, two panicked figures rushed into the void. They were San Ling and Chingemo, but after coming to this void, they finally let out a sigh of relief, because it would be difficult for Lin Ling to kill them here. Their eyes looked around, and they wanted to find Eugene and the others who were fighting in the distance, and they wanted to tell Eugene that Lin Ling wasn't as weak as they thought. But at this moment, an old voice suddenly sounded in the entire void, and even in the entire Lei Gong's hall. Trial taker Lin Ling killed the Crown Prince, defeated San Ling and Chingemo, and is now heading to the void. Chapter 4350. How is this possible? Apart from a limited number of people, everyone felt that this news was too unbelievable. After all, Lin Ling was also one of the 8 new gods. He could even be considered a rising star. It was already very impressive that he could not be defeated by the other new gods. But now, he fought against 3 new gods and even defeated them. Who could have guessed the result? However, at this moment, a figure slowly appeared at the entrance of the void. He was wearing a blue robe and carried a big sword on his back. His long hair was tied behind his head, and his eyes were coldly looking at the entire void. The moment he appeared, it was as if the strongest god had arrived. causing an invisible shockwave to erupt from this battle of gods. And he was Lin Ling. The current Lin Ling could be said to be known by everyone in the world. Lin Ling really defeated the three spirits. Everyone looked at the figure that suddenly appeared and subconsciously swallowed their saliva. They did not know why, but they all had a feeling that after Lin Ling arrived in this void, this battle of gods would be completely over. Lin Ling. Behind Lin Ling, a large number of people also rushed in. They were all Lei Gong, who had followed Lin Ling before. However, after the last person entered, the entire void became inexplicably silent. This was because this person was treasure god Nan Wufengyu. As a result, the balance that was originally one-sided was slowly being tipped in the right direction. Lin Ling. In the distant void, an old man's entire body was emitting lightning. He looked at the man in the blue robe in disbelief. His eyes quietly became moist. And he was Lei Gong. After knowing that he was the host of the world will, everyone in the Jiuzhou void wanted to control him and treated him as a great enemy of the world. This feeling, to him, was like a knife piercing his heart. Because no matter what, he could not accept that he was the person who had caused the death of his own disciples and sect. Those family and friends had all died in the twilight of the gods, so he hated the world will. But now, he was actually one of the world wills. But now, in order to protect him, no one in the entire Lei Gong Grand Hall betrayed the enemy. They fought against the outsiders with all their might, resulting in countless casualties. Lin Ling is here. As the old man sighed, the other two gods were also looking at Lin Ling. They were Yushin and Titanic Crescent God, and their expressions were cold. If Lin Ling were an ordinary person, it wouldn't be a big deal. But after the previous battle, they knew that he was one of the four gods. Only the first row of experts below him. Such strength was almost comparable to a beautiful young Qilin, and it undoubtedly gave them enormous pressure. Moreover, that old man is also very strong. Eugene also stared at treasure god Nan Wufengyu behind Lin Ling, and his expression became even uglier. This was because Lin Ling could not be underestimated, but Lin Ling had brought many experts with him. Especially that old man, he gave them the feeling that he was not much weaker than them. We don't have many chances left. No matter what, Lei Gong must be under our control. If we can't, then we'll just kill him. Titanic Crescent God said in a low voice, his voice filled with thick killing intent. During the great war of the gods in the past, his family and friends had all died in the calamity, causing him to live for millions of years. Therefore, he hated the will of the world and was absolutely irreconcilable. This was also the reason why he became one of the four great gods. He wanted to use the rest of his life to stop the will of the world. Although he respected Lei Gong, the great Tao was merciless. Lei Gong was the host of the world will, which meant that he was the enemy of the 9 continents, and even the entire god realm. If he did not kill Lei Gong, he would be letting down those who had died. Lin Ling and the others will need some time to get here. That time is enough for us to kill Lei Gong. Titanic Crescent God said coldly. His entire body emitted a terrifying power. It turned out that he was the one who had the strongest physical body in the 9 continents. His strength had long reached a level where even the great Tao could not destroy him. Lei Gong, are you still going to be stubborn? As long as you are under our control and sealed, you won't have to die. You won't have to drag others down with you. If you continue to walk the path of darkness, then don't blame us for being merciless. Eugene looked at Lei Gong and said coldly, currently, the hosts of the world will, except for the great god of spiritual kingdom, were all under the control of the 9 continents. Therefore, Lei Gong was no exception. If I become a prisoner, I would rather die. However, Lei Gong looked up at Eugene and said, he was one of the 4 gods and the master of Lei Gong's hall. How could he become a prisoner? This was different from his pride and his principles. Then don't blame us. Everyone. Yushin no longer hesitated. She unleashed even more power and attacked the Thunder Lord with all her might. Boom. On the other side, Titanic Crescent God's body exploded and turned into a huge black palm that attacked Lei Gong. Kill! Seeing this scene in the distance, Lin Ling roared angrily. To him, it did not matter if Lei Gong was the world will or anyone else. As long as he was Lei Gong, Lin Ling would protect him. This was because Lin Ling owed Lei Gong a favor. Moreover, at some point in time, Lei Gong was like a big brother to Lin Ling, an elder, and even a master. Lin Ling, if you continue to help Lei Gong, you will die too. Apparently, all the experts of Eugene and Eugene had gathered in the void. Therefore, some experts immediately rushed towards Lin Ling. The fastest one was an old man. He was a god and he stood on a black lotus. His aura was monstrous. Die. However, Lin Ling did not stop. At the same time, he used the second stage of the innate talent fusion and slammed his palm forward. Boom. Before the old man could reach him, he was blasted apart by Lin Ling's punch. The black lotus he was sitting on also shattered. This caused the people of Eugene to narrow their eyes. Although Lin Ling defeated the three gods, they did not witness it with their own eyes. Now, they finally saw how terrifying Lin Ling was. Stop him with all your might. However, their eyes soon turned red. No matter how strong Lin Ling was, they had to kill Lei Gong because they knew that in the future, Lei Gong would slaughter this world. More and more experts flew toward Lin Ling. There were sky-raising divine sabers, tens of thousands of swords, ancient ships, and palaces. All kinds of powerful attacks were launched at Lin Ling like 100 schools of thought. Lin Ling, give me your life. Looking carefully, the true disciples of Miao Xin had also arrived. One of them was revered Snow. Last time, Lin Ling had robbed him of the flying snow sky palace. Therefore, he hated Lin Ling to the bone. Lin Ling, we cannot fight him. Nanwo Fenyu immediately said. He knew that these people were cannon fodder. Their purpose was to stop Lin Ling from reaching Lei Gong. Chapter 43-51. After treasure god Nanwo Fenyu left, Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. Previously, he had forced his way through the Thunder God Great Hall, and his strength had been mostly consumed. For example, he couldn't use the steps of wisdom and his third stage talent fusion now, and the same went for the tyrant's song sword. Therefore, a chessboard appeared in his hand and he raised it in the air. Boom, boom. Pillars appeared out of nowhere in the void, forming a huge and majestic hall, sealing all the people who were pouncing over within it. However, those people were not afraid. They thought that they could break any of Lin Ling's tricks because they had more people. However, after entering the hall, they felt as if they had entered another world. What's going on? It's a boundary array. Boundary deity Miao's true inheritance. Come and break the array. It's just a small problem. But something's wrong. I can't break this boundary array. Those who were trapped in the pillars were disdainful at first. However, they soon panicked as they realized that they were trapped. Everyone, don't panic. This is only a trap array. Our lives won't be in danger. Although this spirit formation is difficult to break, as long as we spend time, it will break sooner or later. There is no spirit formation in this world that cannot be broken. At this moment, an old man's confident voice floated over. It was Shuezun. After hearing him speak, everyone relaxed. After all, Shuezun was a dragon-mark supreme robe. Since he had spoken, there should be no problem. I, Yiliangchen, love to attack those who think they are outstanding. Life and death are nothing. If you are not convinced, then fight. However, at this moment, many voices came from the front of the hall. Then, a dense group of figures walked over along the pillars. Upon closer inspection, the leader was an old man who carried a long sword on his back. He looked very sage-like. As for the people behind him, they were experts in various clothes. However, one could feel that their auras were not weak. They were all early lower deities. These people were obviously not Eugene's people. Therefore, someone immediately exclaimed, I am Yiliangchen. I am Long Out Yen. Zhao Rigen is me. Those people said at the same time. After they finished speaking, they didn't waste any more words and crazily attacked. I don't like to talk nonsense with people. If you feel that you have the strength to play with me, Liangchen doesn't mind playing with you to the end. Moreover, when he attacked, the old man with the sword on his back said rather solemnly, Damn it. The group of people who were trapped were undoubtedly infuriated. Were these people crazy? If it weren't for the fact that this group of people wasn't weak, they would have killed these lunatics on the spot. Revered Snow, didn't you say that this is a trapping array? What's with this group of powerful idiots? Someone looked at Shuezun angrily. They felt that Shuezun had failed to live up to the name of the Supreme Dragon Patterned Robe. However, in reality, Shuezun was also very confused. Just when he was feeling a little dizzy, the old man with the sword on his back attacked him again. Remember, my name is Yi Liangchen. In fact, when the old man slashed out, he spoke very elegantly as if he was afraid that others wouldn't know his name. I know your name is Yi Liangchen. You don't have to repeat it so many times. We're not deaf. Shuezun couldn't help but scold. He felt that this group of experts in front of him weren't humans. Instead, they were more like puppets. However, such powerful puppets were too terrifying. At this moment, no one saw that outside the grand hall, a box containing chess pieces appeared in Lin Ling's hand. He was continuously throwing out chess pieces that were the size of soybeans. When the chess pieces appeared in the hall, they immediately exploded and turned into experts, scattering beans to turn into soldiers. It's about time. After throwing out a few chess pieces, Lin Ling kept the box and immediately pounced on Lei Gong. Rumble. The battle in the void was still intense. Although Lin Ling had trapped and killed many experts, it was only a portion of them. After all, the four gods had been in the void of the 9 continents for so many years. If they were to summon all of their strength, they would be able to find some hidden experts from the myriad worlds. This was also why the Spirit Kingdom didn't dare to casually attack the void of the 9 continents. While the void of the 9 continents couldn't compare to the Spirit Kingdom, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Looking at Lei Gong's battle, with the addition of Nanwufenyu, the pressure on Lei Gong instantly decreased. This made Titanic Crescent God grit his teeth in anger. He knew that Lin Ling's arrival would change the tide of the battle. Now, it seemed that this was indeed the case. Swallow the pearl. Looking at the number 1 general under the Thunder God, young Lin, he was fighting against 3 challengers by himself. They were Luoshan, 3 spirits, and Qingyemo. However, not only did he not feel any pressure, he even suppressed them, increasing the pressure on the 3 challengers. From this point of view, young Qilin was much stronger than Lin Ling. After all, Luoshan was twice as strong as the 3 spirits. It was just that Lin Ling had brought many experts and treasures with him, so he had a greater impact on the battle. At this moment, the young Qilin had already transformed into a green Qilin. It was as large as a mountain. It spat out a green bead from its mouth. This bead seemed to be the life treasure of the young Qilin. The bead continued to blow out green gusts of wind that enveloped Luoshan and the others. Under the gusts of wind, Luoshan and the others' flesh and blood began to melt. Their bodies were constantly being blown away and they couldn't move at all. Not good. If this continues, we'll all die. The originally seductive goddess Luo had been blown to the point where she looked like a dried corpse. However, she was strong enough that this level of injury wasn't fatal. It's Lin Ling. If it wasn't for Lin Ling's arrival, Eugene wouldn't have sent people to deal with him and we wouldn't be in such a passive state. Qin Yamo, who was also blown into a skeleton, said angrily, "This 4-ocean air-frozen pearl is mine." However, right at this moment, a figure appeared by the side of the green bead. He suddenly grabbed the bead and put it away. After the pearl was taken away, the green Qilin's aura was greatly reduced. Then, it shrunk and returned to the form of a child. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, it immediately looked at the person who suddenly appeared. That person was actually Zhong Shan. "Zhong Shan, you're crazy!" Young Qilin roared. "Thunder God, you can't escape death. Why are you so stubborn? Besides, I've been coveting your 4 Seas air-frozen bead for a long time. But I also know that under normal circumstances, I can't get the 4 Seas air-frozen bead. It's only when you're fighting with your full strength that the air-frozen bead loses its protection that I." Chapter 43-52. Traitor! How dare you betray Master Lei Gong? Looking at Zhong Shan's excited expression, the young Qilin was so angry that it spat out another mouthful of blood. The secret of the air-frozen pearl was something it had unintentionally revealed to Zhong Shan. After all, Zhongshan was very good at flattering the young Qilin back then. Moreover, the young Qilin had thought at that time that he would never be able to obtain it. When the young Qilin spat out the air-frozen pearl, and Zhongshan was one of them, the young Qilin trusted him. Who would have thought that Zhongshan would betray Master Lei Gong? This was the first betrayal in Lei Gong's palace. That damned old man is blind. Why should he treat you and Lin Ling so well? We've been doing missions for the Thunder God all these years. Even if we didn't make any contributions, we still worked hard. But what about him? Lin Ling is just a newcomer. He just came, but he's treated better than us. What's the use of that? Zhongshan sneered, his eyes were filled with malice. Zhongshan, well done. You've done a great job. Looking at Hero Luo and the others, they were not affected by the wind. They quickly recovered and took advantage of the young Qilin's heavy injuries to attack it. Brother Qilin, let me help you. But at this moment, Xingyi arrived to assist the young Qilin. Lei Gong, who was fighting with Eugene, was worried about the young Qilin. But after seeing Xingyi's help, he finally relaxed a little. Xingyi had the divine blade. Although it was difficult to fight against Luo Xun and the others, at least the young Qilin's life was not in danger. Rumble. On the other side, the giant ghost was fighting against Luli Empress. The giant ghost obviously knew that Luli Empress was Lin Ling's biggest enemy, so it went after Luli Empress from the beginning, hoping to avenge Lin Ling. However, Luli Empress was too strong. Not only did the giant ghost not gain the upper hand, it was also at a disadvantage. The 8th level of the 8 divine brushes. Luli Empress also recognized the stone tablet in the giant ghost's hand. If it wasn't for the stone tablet, she would have already defeated the giant ghost. 6 stanchions, it should be Lin Ling who passed it on to you, you shameless slut. The giant ghost naturally sensed Luli Empress's advantage. It then sneered and said, unfortunately, if it wasn't for Lin Ling, you would be the first person in the 9 prefectures, or even the God realm, to have multiple dantians. However, Lin Ling is above you. He has 7 dantians. You will never surpass him. Bastard. This sentence seemed to have touched the deepest part of Luli Empress's heart, and her attacks became even more violent. You're afraid of Lin Ling because Lin Ling started from nothing and now he's catching up to you and even surpassed you. You know that one day, Lin Ling will definitely seek revenge on you. The giant ghost continued. Well said. It's a pity that you won't have the chance to see it. Luli Empress's eyes were filled with murderous intent. However, just as she was about to kill the giant ghost, an expert arrived. It was Emperor God Zhang Gang. As Emperor God Zhang Gang saw that the giant ghost was in danger, he abandoned his enemy and came to help. As for his opponent, who was originally chasing after him, he abandoned him and ran towards another person. That person was Lin Ling. Because Emperor God Zhang Gang's previous opponent was Emperor God Di Lei. All of you die. Emperor God Di Lei was once the leader of the top 10 martial gods. Her strength was naturally more domineering than Luli Empress. She wore a silk dress and looked to be in her 30s. She looked like a noblewoman, but she didn't show any mercy when she attacked. The terrifying power of thunder was unleashed from her hands, and everyone in front of her was killed. These people were from Lei Gong's hall. Rian Xiu'er. These people were divine generals and divine paladins. They were no match for Emperor God Di Lei, so they kept dying. This made Lei Gong's eyes turn red, because those who died had followed Lei Gong for a long time. They were also Lei Gong's relatives and friends after he came to the void of the 9 regions. But now they were all dead. It made Lei Gong feel as though he had seen a war between the gods. At that time, his comrades, relatives, and close friends had all died in the catastrophe. Trash, what's the use of not dying? Emperor God Di Lei looked at her domineering face. She laughed wildly and rushed forward. Emperor God Di Lei. On the other side, Lin Ling was also rushing over quickly. He naturally saw those who kept dying. His eyes turned red instantly, and a terrifying killing intent erupted in his heart. Lin Ling, where did you get this chessboard? Why is it exactly the same as mine? Tell me, if you don't tell me the truth, I'll kill all your relatives. You probably don't know that I've already captured your grandfather and your wife. Ha, wait for me to capture you. Also, tell your people to stop attacking. I'll kill Lei Gong. Emperor God Di Lei's cloak fluttered behind her. She shouted excitedly at this moment. Obviously, this was her backup plan. She originally wanted to use Lin Ling to threaten Lei Gong, but who knew that Lin Ling was so powerful so she could use her relatives to threaten Lin Ling. She felt a sense of accomplishment when she thought that Lin Ling would listen to her orders obediently. Kneel down now. When she was getting closer and closer to Lin Ling, she suddenly grabbed out her palm. Not far away, an old man in Lei Gong's hall was caught by a thunderbolt. Then, the thunderbolt raged, causing the old man's body to twitch. His skin melted like water and gradually turned into white bones. What a ruthless method. She must be the legendary martial god Di Lei. She's too powerful. I heard that she could fight with a god back then, but she disappeared later. Now that I've seen it, her strength is indeed terrifying. Of course, the entire void is in chaos right now, but there are a few places where the battles are extremely intense. One of them is Emperor Di Lei, because she's going to become one of the 4 gods. The experts who were still fighting in the distance were now shocked. Martial god Di Lei. In the distance, Lin Ling's eyes were about to devour someone. Although Lin Ling wasn't familiar with the old man who died before, it was the old man who led the way to Jojo apatheicized world and treated Lin Ling very well. But now, he was killed by martial god Di Lei. Show me what this is. The angry Lin Ling also roared. He opened his hands and a sea of blood floated out. Looking carefully, there were countless floating heads in the sea of blood. Ha, Lin Ling, are you still struggling before your death? Emperor God Di Lei didn't care at first, but after taking a closer look, she began to frown quietly because those heads were very familiar. They seemed to be her people. How is this possible? This is an illusion. It must be an illusion. Emperor God Di Lei kept shaking her head, not believing what Lin Ling had shown. Chapter 43:53. Are you alright? Are you alright? As soon as the young man appeared, the ferocious supreme god Di Lei panicked. She was like a mother who doted on her son. Moreover, she knew her son too well. She knew that the young man was real and not an illusion created by Lin Ling. Lin Ling, what did you do to my son? Let him go at once. Martial god Di Lei shouted. She wanted to provoke Lin Ling and infuriate Lin Ling. However, after Lin Ling attacked, she was the one who was infuriated. Oh no, Lin Ling has captured martial god Di Lei's son. In the distance, the experts from Eugene frowned. Martial god Di Lei's combat strength was not to be underestimated. He could affect the entire battle. Now that he was in Lin Ling's hands, it was disadvantageous for them. I didn't do anything to him. I only destroyed the little worm between his legs. Hearing this, Lin Ling sneered. What little worm? Martial god Di Lei was uneasy. What little earthworm? Isn't it the little earthworm between his legs? Lin Ling laughed sarcastically. At this moment, martial god Di Lei came to his senses. He was stunned for a long time before he spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with hatred as he said, "You killed my offspring?" After all, her natural talent was in the lightning element. Coupled with her formidable strength, it was very difficult for her to have children. However, during these past few years, she finally had a descendant. Not only did it allow her to experience the beauty of being a mother, it even allowed her to have a successor. However, when she was looking forward to having a grandchild, her son was destroyed. You're courting death. Martial god Di Lei could not hold it in any longer. Aren't you very hard to kill? Aren't you very arrogant? Now, I dare you to be arrogant again. Lin Ling snorted coldly. Let me tell you, everyone in your imperial court was killed, and your island was also destroyed by me. Are you happy? Are you angry? Are you cruel? Ha! At the end of his speech, Lin Ling looked up to the sky and laughed. An eye for an eye. Hearing Lin Ling's words, God Emperor Di Lei's eyes turned red. Her home was also destroyed? You wanted to use my family to threaten me, but unfortunately, you failed. Instead, your family was threatened by me. However, I, Lin Ling, don't like to do such despicable things, so I won't use your son to threaten you. At this time, Lin Ling said again. Her words gave Emperor Di Lei hope. She did not want the last of her family to die. Although I won't use it to threaten you, it doesn't mean that I won't kill him. However, Emperor Di Lei's joy didn't last long because Lin Ling had already punched the young man, causing his flesh and blood to splatter everywhere. This punch is for the people of Lei Gong's hall who died in your hands. After killing the young man, Lin Ling said word by word. Emperor Di Lei roared as if he was about to go crazy. His anger and murderous aura had reached their peak. In addition, let me tell you, I will destroy your home and loot all your treasures. This is the price you have to pay for messing with my family. However, your treasures are extraordinary. It's a pity that you're unwilling to use them. Instead, I, Lin Ling, am taking advantage of you. Lin Ling's words were shocking, and he rubbed salt on Emperor Di Lei's wound again. Emperor Di Lei couldn't hold it in anymore. She spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Ling had killed all her family members and looted all her treasures. This Lin Ling had to be killed again and again. After so many years, this was the first time God Emperor Di Lei hated someone so much. Are you angry? Come and kill me. However, Lin Ling wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he looked at the void and said coldly, let me tell you, no matter who it is, even if it's Eugene or Titanic Crescent God, anyone who dares to mess with my people is a slap to my face. Unless you're really strong, you'll die. You'll die miserably. You'll die miserably. Lin Ling's voice seemed to echo endlessly. It lingered in the void, causing all the battles to stop temporarily. Everyone's heart was pounding. They knew that this was Lin Ling's way of declaring his dominance and sovereignty. He was also telling everyone that no one should provoke Lin Ling's territory or challenge Lin Ling's authority. Otherwise, they would die miserably. And this provocation included killing the Thunder God. However, for some reason, many people felt a chill in their hearts. It seemed that they didn't dare to provoke Lin Ling anymore. The main reason was that Lin Ling's notoriety was too strong. Everyone in the 9 continents knew who he was. It's just Lin Ling. Do you think he can fight against the entire void and the entire universe? At this time, Titanic Crescent God roared. His voice was like thunder, shattering everyone's fear of Lin Ling. This was because Titanic Crescent God had also noticed that Lin Ling's words had caused many people to become suspicious. Lin Ling, you killed my son, destroyed my island, and stole my treasure. I'm going to eat your bones and suck your blood. At this time, Celestial Emperor Di Lei let out a murderous roar. She wanted to kill Lin Ling. I got this treasure from you. Today, I'll return it to you. Unfortunately, Lin Ling was already prepared. Although he was no longer at his peak and couldn't kill Celestial Emperor Di Lei, he had a lot of treasures on him. There was nothing to be afraid of. A forbidden ball of mud appeared in Lin Ling's hand. Then, he threw it at Celestial Emperor Di Lei. Boom! The mud ball exploded in midair, and an ancient aura from the god realm spread out. It was so destructive, so desolate. Rumble! When the divine lightning landed on Celestial Emperor Di Lei, she immediately vomited blood and retreated. Her clothes were all torn apart. She found that she couldn't use her lightning energy. My treasure! She looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. Her eyes were filled with fear. She naturally knew what Lin Ling's treasure was. It was a treasure that could threaten a late-stage lower god. It was her trump card. This bolt of divine thunder is for the senior who died in your hands. While she was still in shock, Lin Ling released another bolt of lightning. With a boom, Celestial Emperor Di Lei's skin melted. It was terrifying. However, she couldn't care less about the pain. She kept waving her hand and said, Lin Ling, no, no, no. This divine lightning is for Lord Lei Gong. Unfortunately, Lin Ling's killing intent had been ignited. Boom! The third bolt of divine lightning blasted out, causing the entire void to tremble. Countless people felt suffocated because in front of their eyes, the powerful god Emperor Monarch Thunder turned into ashes and was killed by the 3 bolts of lightning. How terrifying! Chapter 43-54. Kill. Lin Ling doesn't have many treasures like that. Even if we use corpses to pile them up, we must kill Lin Ling in the void. At this time, Eugene's voice suddenly floated out. Everything is for the void. Although they were afraid of Lin Ling, they still threw caution to the wind and charged toward Lin Ling without fear of death. This was because fighting against the will of the world was not only their life's goal, but also their mission in the era of the gods. Die for me. Kill. Lin Ling's killing intense soared to the sky. Since these people were not afraid of death, then they could all die. He threw out a few more bolts of lightning, killing a large number of experts and creating a scene of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The current Lin Ling was truly the incarnation of a killing god. Enough. Kill. However, at this time, a loud roar suddenly rang out, causing all the battles to come to an end. A figure floated up and stood at the peak of the void. Then, his eyes calmly looked at all the experts in the void of the 9 prefectures. And he was Lei Gong. Lei Gong's sudden appearance caused the entire void to fall silent. This was the first time Lei Gong had spoken since the start of the war. Lord Lei Gong. Lin Ling also stopped attacking and raised his eyes to look at the thunder god in the distance. His brows were tightly furrowed. For some reason, he had an ominous feeling. Standing in the void, Lei Gong's eyes were filled with excitement as if he was looking at the entire void of the 9 prefectures. However, at this time, 2 figures soared into the sky, one from the front and one from the back. They unleashed a powerful attack on Lei Gong. It was Eugene and Titanic Crescent God. Obviously, they wanted to seize this excellent opportunity to deal a fatal blow to the thunder god. Lei Gong obviously did not expect Eugene and the others to launch a sneak attack. It was obvious that Lin Ling's arrival changed the situation of the battle, so Eugene and the others were enraged. In his anxiety, Lei Gong also used all his strength to resist. He only heard a terrible roar in the void, and then a blinding light appeared, stimulating everyone's eyes. They could only hear the deafening roar in their ears. A terrifying gust of astral wind also came from the void above, blowing some of the weaker people away. After a long while, the crowd looked over in shock. They discovered that 3 figures were clashing in the void. Lei Gong was covered in thunder and lightning as he resisted the attacks of 2 gods. Terrifying energy continued to sweep out. However, because the 3 of them had unleashed their full strength, the energy that spread out in the surroundings was getting weaker and weaker. Only the 3 of them knew that they'd used all their strength to resist their opponent, and they hadn't wasted a single shred of energy. Lord Lei Gong. Seeing this, many people shouted. Lin Ling's pupils constricted, and he wanted to rush over to help. As expected of Lei Gong. This battle has been going on for more than 30 days. Lei Gong is challenging 2 gods alone, and he still hasn't lost. Many people stared at the sky, their hearts filled with shock. However, at this moment, a merciless long sword suddenly shot over, piercing Lei Gong's chest from behind. Heavenly Sparkle Sword. Lei Gong lowered his head and looked at the sword in his chest in disbelief. He obviously recognized this sword. It could even be said that this sword was a reward he gave to one of the challengers. Because this sword had a strong resistance to thunder, Lei Gong had a deep impression of it. Qin Shuzhen. Lei Gong turned around and immediately saw a woman with a ferocious expression. She was still in the posture of a sword, and her eyes were cold. As for her, she was one of the trial takers under the Thunder God's curtain, Sister Zhen. Sister Zhen. Seeing Sister Zhen suddenly attack Lei Gong, everyone in Lei Gong's grand hall shouted. They recognized the sword in Sister Zhen's hand, and they knew that Lei Gong had rewarded Sister Zhen. However, they didn't expect Sister Zhen to use this sword against Lei Gong. Bastard! Lin Ling also shouted and rushed to the top of the void. However, when the experts on Eugene's side saw this, they immediately stopped Lin Ling without fear of death. This was because they knew that Lei Gong had been fighting for so long, and his strength was almost exhausted. In addition, he had to face Eugene and Eugene at the same time. That was why Sister Zhen was able to succeed in her sneak attack. Now that she was injured, Lei Gong was in danger. Why? Lei Gong turned around and looked at Sister Zhen as he asked calmly. To everyone's surprise, Lei Gong wasn't angry at all when he was attacked. This was different from his usual personality. For the world. Sister Zhen's clothes fluttered in the wind as she said each word clearly. For the world. Lei Gong suddenly laughed. His laughter was a little sad. Suddenly, a powerful force of thunder rushed out from his body and sent Eugene and the others flying. Sister Zhen spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying into the distance. How is this possible? After Eugene and the others were sent flying, they exclaimed in shock. This was because they had fought with Lei Gong for so long, and they knew that Lei Gong had reached his limit. It was impossible for him to explode with such power. At this moment, Lei Gong looked up at the top of the void. It was as though he could see through time and saw the years when he was cultivating in the realm of the gods. He saw his master, his senior and junior brothers, his wife, his son. There were too many things. However, because of the will of the world, all of these had turned into bubbles. Therefore, he hated the will of the world. He didn't expect that he, Lei Gong, was one of the hosts of the will of the world. He hated himself. Enough. It's time for everything to end. The void of the 9 prefectures should fight against the will of the world with all our strength, and not waste our lives fighting among ourselves. It's time for everything to end. Suddenly, Lei Gong looked at the crowd below. His gaze swept across everyone as though he wanted to remember their faces in his heart. Especially when he saw the Lei Gong Hall that he had built single-handedly, the nostalgia and reluctance in his eyes became stronger. I'm sorry for wasting so many innocent lives. Now, let me end all of this. Remember, one day in the future, if the will of the world is defeated by us, there was a man named Lei Gong who also contributed. As he spoke, cracks started to appear on his body. Then, the skin on his face started to crack and disappear like paper. Lord Lei Gong. Seeing this scene, everyone knew what had happened. Lord Lei Gong didn't want to sacrifice too many people, so he chose to commit suicide. In the Thunder God Hall, everyone was crying. Master, we will protect you. Sheng Yi rushed up to the sky, but halfway there he suddenly knelt down and kowtowed to the sky. Lei Gong. Lin Ling clenched his fists so tightly that his nails pierced his palms. He didn't feel it at all. He didn't expect that after sacrificing so much, Lord Lei Gong would choose this path. Chapter 43-55. Bang. Lin Ling also knelt down in the air and kowtowed to Lord Lei Gong. Lei Gong had done Lin Ling a favor. When Lin Ling first came to the final world, it was Lei Gong who had found him and protected him. Without Lei Gong, Lin Ling would have died at the hands of the 9 states martial gods and Luli Empress. It was Lei Gong who had protected him and made him mature. This favor was as heavy as a mountain. Lord Lei Gong. In the Thunder God Great Hall, everyone also kowtowed. Looking from afar, the scene was incomparably spectacular. As for Eugene and the others, they were all silent with complicated expressions. Some were sighing in their hearts, while others were secretly impressed. This was a tragic song for a hero. However, there were also people who were secretly gloating. Remember, Lord Lei Gong's mission is to fight against the will of the world. After I leave, don't ever forget this mission. Lei Gong looked at everyone with gratification and a smile appeared on his face. Suddenly his gaze landed on Qilin. I promised to find your tribe for you. Unfortunately, I didn't do it. Qilin, you won't blame me, right? I won't. In the distance, the child's face was already covered in tears. He kept kowtowing to the indomitable elder. Sheng Yi, I'm very gratified to see you rise from the bottom. I hope that your footsteps won't stop here. Lei Gong looked at Sheng Yi. The latter was already sobbing, but he kept looking at Lei Gong as if he wanted to remember this scene forever. Lin Ling. More and more cracks appeared on the Thunder God's body, but his eyes were fixed on the last person. Lord Lei Gong. Lin Ling raised his head and looked at Lei Gong. You are the fastest growing participant in Lei Gong's Great Hall. You are also the successor of my close friend. You are loyal and righteous, but you also dare to take responsibility for your actions. You have the demeanor of a king. Therefore, I will pass the Great Hall of Lei Gong to you. Can you accept it? The thunder god's voice suddenly became loud and clear, and even the void trembled a few times. I will. Lin Ling gritted his teeth and spat out a heavy promise from his mouth. Good. Lei Gong nodded with gratification and said, after I leave, remember not to be hostile to the entire 9 states. Remember, Lin Ling is your leader. Do you understand? This subordinate obeys. The remaining people in Lei Gong's great hall replied. Lin Ling, I'll share this void with you. Suddenly, Lei Gong pointed with his right hand and a stream of light shot toward Lin Ling. Lin Ling did not stop it and allowed the stream of light to enter his body. Then, he noticed that a large number of techniques rose up in his mind. They were all complicated chants used to control this void. Lin Ling had already witnessed how powerful this void was. Even a great battle between gods couldn't break through this place. However, this void also had a flaw. It had no spiritual energy, but it was also a secluded place like a paradise. Okay, little ones, I'm leaving. After making his final arrangements, the god of thunder laughed heartily. His eyes looked at the top of the void as if he had seen his best friends from the age of the gods. Finally, his body scattered like ashes and scattered with the wind. Lord Lei Gong. Seeing this, the people in Lei Gong's great hall roared in unison. More tears welled up in their eyes. At the same time, Titanic Crescent God's eyes became moist as he watched the ashes disappear. He said in a low voice, Brother Lei Gong, rest in peace. I will complete the mission of fighting against the will of the world for you. He obviously did not hate Lei Gong. However, Lei Gong was the host of the will of the world, which caused them to have different standpoints. Hence, he treated him as an enemy. Looking at Eugene, her face was still cold and indifferent. No one knew what she was thinking. The entire void was silent. They all knew that the battle that had shaken the void of the 9 prefectures had finally come to an end. However, after Lei Gong's death, their hearts were filled with complicated feelings. They felt like they wanted to say something, but they did not know what to say. If we knew this would happen, we wouldn't have caused the deaths of so many people. That's right, that's right. Now that Lei Gong is dead, the 4 gods still keep Lei Gong's Great Hall. Furthermore, Lei Gong's Great Hall is still the main force against the will of the world. It's a pity that Lei Gong committed suicide too late. If he had, we wouldn't have lost so many people. Some people were quietly discussing. Boom. However, at this moment, a blood sea sword slashed down and landed on one of the people, cutting him in half. This made everyone look over and realize that it was Lin Ling. Lin Ling, what are you doing? Some people were furious. That was because the god of thunder had already died, and this great battle should have ended, yet Lin Ling still killed their people. Moreover, he had killed them in front of a true god. This was really too arrogant. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with killing intent. He continuously slashed out with his sword. Now that he could use the scabbard again, his strength had completely recovered. Swoosh! The blood sea sword roiled, revealing ruthlessness, killing intent, and coldness. More than 10 lives were taken. Lei Gong sacrificed his life for the sake of the void of the 9 prefectures. These people actually thought that Lei Gong should have died earlier. Since he said that he would die, then all of them should die. Swoosh! Lin Ling's body appeared above the blood sea. It was as if he was riding the wind and breaking the waves. Wherever his sword passed, even early-stage low-level gods would be killed. No one could stop him. Crazy Lin Ling is crazy. At first, people were angry at Lin Ling's ruthlessness. However, as the merciless sword slashed out, they started to feel afraid. In their eyes, Lin Ling was a madman that they couldn't afford to offend. Eugene and Titanic Crescent God frowned at Lin Ling. They could understand Lin Ling's feelings, but Lin Ling was too arrogant. Did he think that they didn't exist? Come out! However, Lin Ling's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Therefore, he waved his right hand and a large number of chess pieces floated out. Then, they turned into countless experts in front of Lin Ling. It was the magic arsenal. Kill him! Lin Ling said mercilessly. Lin Ling, do you really want to go against the entire void of the 9 prefectures? Lei Gong is dead. Do you know what you are doing? At this moment, even Eugene and the others spoke out. However, Lin Ling was now the new master of Lei Gong's Great Hall. Therefore, they didn't dare to casually attack Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling wasn't the host of the will of the world. He wasn't like Lei Gong. All of you die. Unfortunately, Lin Ling didn't even give face to Eugene and the others. He continued to kill without hesitation. Save me. This Lin Ling is even more terrifying than Lei Gong. Chapter 43-56. The difference between Lin Ling and Lei Gong was that Lei Gong did not dare to attack his own people. On the other hand, Lin Ling dared to kill without restraint. Lin Ling had never suppressed his killing intent. Furthermore, he did not care about the entire 9 prefectures. He only cared about his own people. No, 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 don't kill me. One of the powerful elders saw Lin Ling stepping on the sea of blood and immediately waved his hand in panic. It's too late. Unfortunately, Lin Ling slashed out with his sword. He knew that this elder was the one who mocked Lei Gong as the strongest. Since he had a foul mouth, he would make up for it with his life. Kill him. After Lin Ling charged into the group of experts, they were unwilling to be slaughtered and resisted with all their might. Do you think you can kill me? Unfortunately, Lin Ling was not afraid at all. With a slash of his sword, the sea of blood churned and wiped out everything. With every step he took, the top experts of the 9 prefectures fell. It could be said that he killed 10 people with each step. Moreover, Lin Ling's magic arsenal was now slaughtering the experts. Lin Ling, that's enough. Seeing Lin Ling's fearless attitude, Titanic Crescent God finally made his move. In the sky, a huge palm viciously grabbed at Lin Ling. This was the strength of a late-stage lower deity. Lord Titanic Crescent. Seeing this, many people also shouted excitedly. Although Lin Ling represented the entire Great Hall of Lei Gong and became one of the 4 great deities, everyone knew that Lin Ling did not have the strength of the 4 great deities. Stage 3. Seeing the huge palm coming at him, Lin Ling let out a low roar. A gray robe appeared and an aura that represented nirvanic energy quietly spread out. Borrowing the power of the Demon Slayer sword, Lin Ling slashed out with all his might. This was also his strongest attack at the moment. Boom. Puff, 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 puff. When the great sword collided with the giant palm in the sky, a terrifying shockwave erupted. Then, everyone saw Lin Ling flying backwards. However, after drifting for thousands of miles, he stabilized his body and was safe and sound. What? Everyone was shocked. How is this possible? Titanic Crescent God also let out a cry of surprise. In everyone's opinion, Titanic Crescent God's move should have been enough to suppress Lin Ling's arrogance, but all it did was push Lin Ling back and not injure him at all. How did Lin Ling become so powerful? Without a doubt, the entire void was silent. Other than a limited number of people, everyone else was shocked. However, Treasure God Nanwo Fengyu and the others weren't surprised. First, the Titanic Crescent God had fought Lei Gong for a long time, so he was no longer at his peak. Secondly, they had all seen the strength of the gray-robed Lin Ling, but the others had not. No wonder you are so arrogant. It turns out that you have the capital. It seems that Big Brother Lei Gong has his reasons for handing over the Thunder God Palace to you. Titanic Crescent God said in a low voice. He knew very well that Lin Ling had only cultivated for a short period of time, but he was already strong enough to exchange blows with a god. If given more time, Lin Ling would definitely be on par with the 4 great gods. However, although Lin Ling would be very strong in the future, he was still just a junior of Titanic Crescent God. If a junior dared to be so arrogant, Titanic Crescent God would lose face if he didn't teach him a lesson. I'll teach you how to behave on behalf of Big Brother Lei Gong. Titanic Crescent God roared and was about to attack again. However, at this time, an old man appeared around Lin Ling. It was Treasure God Nanwo Fengyu, followed by God Emperor Zhonggong, Giant Ghost, Saint Yi, Young Qilin, and everyone else in the Great Hall of Lei Gong appeared behind Lin Ling. It was as if they were representing the Great Hall of Lei Gong against Titanic Crescent God. Upon seeing this, Titanic Crescent God stopped in his tracks and coldly glared at Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling was indeed representing the Great Hall of Lei Gong. Big Brother Lei Gong? You don't have the qualifications to call Lei Gong Big Brother. Lin Ling stared coldly at Titanic Crescent God. Titanic Crescent God clenched his teeth, seemingly feeling guilty and in the wrong, so he didn't say anything this time. Lin Ling, since you've taken over the Great Hall of Lei Gong, I hope that you won't go against Big Brother Lei Gong's wishes. Remember, before he left, he also told you not to treat the 9 continents as your enemy. Titanic Crescent God spoke slowly after a long moment of silence. Scram. Hearing this, Lin Ling roared angrily. Lin Ling naturally knew about Lord Lei Gong's wishes. He had killed mercilessly earlier because he couldn't stand those people gloating over his misfortune. Since they dared to gloat, he would kill them. As for the rest, they didn't gloat, so Lin Ling didn't attack again. However, Lin Ling's eyes were filled with hostility. If it wasn't for Lord Lei Gong's wishes, Lin Ling might have killed them. Scram? Titanic Crescent God clenched his teeth again when he heard Lin Ling's voice, but in the end, he didn't dare to say anything and flew away with his people. Eugene looked deeply at Lin Ling before leaving with her people. She had a feeling that after Lin Ling became the master of the Great Hall of Lei Gong, he would be even more difficult to deal with than Lei Gong. After everyone left, the void became even quieter. Luli Empress left with Eugene, her eyes flickering. Although Lei Gong had fallen, in reality, only the other gods and the spirit kingdom had benefited. Luli Empress didn't get any advantage at all. Instead, she had to watch Lin Ling become one of the 4 gods. And this made her very unhappy. Wait, are the 2 of you from the Great Hall of Lei Gong? At this time, Lin Ling's cold voice came from the void. His gaze was fixed on Zhong Shan and Sister Zhen. The 2 of them were shocked. Knowing how strong Lin Ling was now, they didn't dare to confront Lin Ling. I've already joined the Titanic Crescent God's side. I've joined Eugene's side. The 2 of them said at the same time. They wanted to use Eugene's name to deter Lin Ling from acting rashly. I don't care who you are. You used to be Lei Gong's people. That's enough. You have to stay. Lin Ling shouted. He saw that Zhong Shan and Sister Zhen were the only 2 traitors in the Great Hall of Lei Gong. Zhong Shan ambushed the young Lin, and Sister Zhen was even more shameless and disgusting. She ambushed Lei Gong. Although Lei Gong didn't care about Sister Zhen, how could Lin Ling not care? No, we can't stay. Hearing Lin Ling's words, Zhong Shan and the others' faces turned pale. They quickly looked at Yin and said, Sir, please help us. Previously, they had contributed to killing Lei Gong. Therefore, they knew that Eugene and the others would definitely help them. The matters of our Great Hall of Lei Gong are not for outsiders to interfere. Unfortunately, Lin Ling spoke again to shut Eugene and the others' mouths. Lin Ling. Eugene frowned as if he had something to say. Chapter 43:57. How dare you? What he meant was, you dare to interfere with the matters of our Lei Gong Palace. Eugene stood there silently. No one knew what she was thinking. In the end, she did not say anything and turned around to leave. Her mood was extremely gloomy because her junior now had the right to reprimand her. Recalling all of this, she felt like she was in a dream because Lin Ling's growth speed was too fast. And now, if Lin Ling was an ordinary person, Eugene would not be afraid of him. But now, Lin Ling represented the entire Lei Gong Palace and was one of the 4 gods. Eugene had to give him face. After all, when they fought against the will of the world in the future, the 9 continents void would need the help of the Lei Gong Palace. Lord Yun don't. Looking at Eugene and the other experts who were leaving, Zhong Shan and Sister Zhen's faces became even paler. Looking at the people in the Lei Gong Palace, they were all filled with killing intent as they stared at Sister Zhen and Eugene. They wanted to see what these 2 traitors could do. Run! Sister Zhen was very clear that if she fell into Lin Ling's hands, she would only end up dead. So, her only choice was to run. Of course, she hated Eugene and the others because she killed Eugene and Lei Gong for them. But after that, Eugene and the others betrayed her and blamed Lei Gong's death on her and Zhong Shan. Realm Cloud. Sister Zhen waved her right hand and a white cloud appeared, floating under her feet. Then, it carried her away at a speed of 200,000 worlds. At the same time, the white cloud under her feet was burning. Clearly, the realm cloud was an extremely rare treasure. 200,000 worlds was already beyond the limits of many people. Even Lin Ling had to use his third-stage fusion talent to catch up with Sister Jin's speed. So, when the others reacted, Sister Jin had already disappeared from their sight. "Stop her!" Many people roared, but they were still a step too late. "She can't escape." However, Lin Ling had been keeping an eye on Sister Jin, so he was already prepared. With a thought, 19 pillars appeared in the distant void. Then, he hid in the void and waited for Sister Jin to rush into the pillars. And that was the universal Qingtian formation. Looking at Zhongshan, he was scared silly because Sister Jin ran away faster than him. Damn it, is she trying to make me the scapegoat? Run! Zhongshan roared and rushed to the other side. However, no one was a fool. The moment he made his move, the others had also sensed it. Numerous figures appeared and blocked his escape path. Not good this way. Zhongshan's forehead was drenched in cold sweat as he rushed to the other side. However, a huge saber came slashing at him. It was Senki. This way. The fear on Zhongshan's face deepened as he turned around and fled in a frenzy. But on this side, it was Giant Ghost and Emperor God Zhan Gang. Then on the other side, it was Treasure God Nanwo Fengyu. And finally, Lin Ling stood there in his gray robe, holding his huge sword at a slanted angle. The 4 seas were completely sealed off. Zhongshan looked at the experts coming from all directions. His legs trembled and his face was as pale as paper. He knew very well what would happen to him if he fell into their hands. He also knew how much Lei Gong hated him now. "Spare my life, spare my life. I was just blinded by greed before. I am loyal to the Thunder God." Zhongshan knelt down in the air and kowtowed to the crowd. "Brother Qilin, I will return your air-frozen bead to you. I was greedy for your treasure, but I did not want to kill Lord Lei Gong. Moreover, if Lord Lei Gong dies, I will be heartbroken too." Unfortunately, Qilin's face was cold. He did not say a word as he slowly walked towards Zhongshan. "Elder Tu, help me. You are my guardian. You watched me grow up. You can't let me die here." Seeing that it was useless to ask for Qilin's help, Zhongshan immediately looked at another old man. However, the old man's face was cold and he did not say a word. Only a thick murderous aura emanated from him. "Granny Lin, help me, help me. Senki, we are all trial takers. You can't watch me die." Zhongshan panicked when he saw that the crowd was not saying a word and was only moving closer. "Lin Ling, I was wrong. I should not have been jealous of you. I should not have harmed Qilin. For so many years, I have worked hard in Lei Gong's Great Hall. I hope that you will spare my life for Lord Lei Gong's sake." In the end, Zhongshan finally knew who had the final say in Lei Gong's Great Hall. Therefore, he kept kowtowing to Lin Ling, hoping that Lin Ling would spare his life. However, Lin Ling did not say a word. He held his great sword and walked over step by step. When he looked at the others in Lei Gong's Great Hall, they had also stopped in their tracks. However, they had surrounded Zhongshan so tightly that not even a drop of water could escape. "Lin Ling, what are you trying to do?" Zhongshan raised his head and saw the ferocious Lin Ling walking towards him. He quietly took a step back. Years ago, when Lin Ling first came to Lei Gong's Great Hall, he treated Lin Ling as a junior. After that, he wanted to harm Lin Ling and bully Lin Ling in front of outsiders. That was because he felt that he was more senior and stronger than Lin Ling. Lin Ling could only lower his head in front of him. However, now Lin Ling was already above him. Whether it was strength or status, he had greatly surpassed him. He could only look up to Lin Ling. "I don't want to say anything, and I don't care to say anything." Lin Ling stopped in front of Zhongshan and looked down at him. "I just want to give you a stab on behalf of Lei Gong." After saying that, Lin Ling swung his sword. As the sword fell, he turned around and walked back. Swoosh! The sword landed on Zhongshan's right arm and cut out a large amount of flesh. Zhongshan grimaced in pain and his face twisted continuously. Thank you. However, Zhongshan also heard Lin Ling's words. Lin Ling only swung his sword at him once. This meant that he could still live. Lord Lei Gong doesn't belong to me alone. Therefore, that sword only represents me and not the others. However, at this moment, Lin Ling's voice drifted over at the same time. Zhong Shan was stunned. Subconsciously, he turned to look at the others and instantly understood what Lin Ling meant. The previous sword only represented Lin Ling and not the others. This meant that the others were going to represent Lei Gong and give him a stab? Lin Ling, you're messing with me. At the thought of this, Zhong Shan roared. His eyes were bloodshot and bloodshot. Chapter 43:58. Swoosh. Blood gushed out as the blade landed on Zhong Shan's left arm, cutting off a large amount of flesh and blood. Zhong Shan was in so much pain that he almost fainted. Of course, what angered him the most was that the person who attacked him was his guardian, Old Tu. I will also represent Lei Gong and give you a sword strike. After Old Tu walked back, the others also walked out one after another, each of them giving Zhong Shan a ruthless blow. Oh! With Zhong Shan's strength, how could he resist the crowd? It was as if he was being executed by 1,000 cuts, bearing the anger of the crowd. Every saber, every sword, every spear, even Zhong Shan's soul was under attack. No one showed mercy, venting their anger for Lei Gong's death on Zhong Shan, but they didn't let him die. In the end, Zhong Shan's dantian was smashed into pieces, completely turning him into a cripple. He groaned in pain and looked up, only to find that only half of the people in Lei Gong's palace had been mobilized. There was still half who hadn't come for revenge. Kill me, Zhong Shan said weakly. Now he was thoroughly regretting it. Because he was greedy for the treasure of the young Qilin and thought that Lei Gong was dead for sure, he didn't hide his thoughts at all, causing everyone to hate him to death. If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have exposed his thoughts so quickly. Lin Ling, it was all Lin Ling's fault. Zhong Shan was very clear that without Lin Ling, the Lei Gong's palace would have disintegrated and even been absorbed by other gods. At that time, no one would dare to make a move on him. However, after Lei Gong handed over the Lei Gong's palace to Lin Ling's words represented Lei Gong's words. Naturally, the crowd became unscrupulous. My air-frozen bead isn't that easy to take. At this time, a huge green Qilin appeared in front of Zhong Shan. It looked at Zhong Shan and bit down, tearing out a large amount of flesh. This green Qilin was the young Qilin. Zhong Shan's body was twitching as blood flowed out from his wounds. He looked extremely miserable. However, no one sympathized with him at all. Time passed quickly. Zhong Shan no longer had a single intact piece of flesh on his body. He had turned into a skeleton with the exception of his head. Such a scene would send chills down one's spine. He was also bound by a chain to a pillar. The pillar contained precious treasures of heaven and earth that prevented Zhong Shan from dying. Because, as the first trader of Lei Gong's palace, letting him die like this was letting him off too easily. What a pity! Sister Jin, that bitch, let him escape. When the young Qilin saw that Zhong Shan was on his last breath, it no longer paid any attention to him. This was because he had also seen it with his own eyes. It was Sister Jin who had dealt the fatal blow to Lei Gong. Hence, compared to Zhong Shan, Sister Jin was more infuriating. After all, Zhong Shan had the heart but not the guts. That bitch, I didn't expect her to be so vicious. Now that no one is helping her, she's the first to escape. Shameless. The others also said, unable to vent their anger. Don't worry, she won't be able to escape. At this time, Lin Ling said calmly. His words stunned everyone. Then, they looked at Lin Ling with excitement in their eyes. Lin Ling, what do you mean? The young Qilin and Xingyi were undoubtedly the most excited. This was because they had deep feelings for Lei Gong. Hence, they hated Sister Jin the most. She won't be able to escape from my grasp. Seeing their expectant gazes, Lin Ling said calmly. That's great. Although they didn't know how Lin Ling did it, they couldn't help but laugh when they saw how confident Lin Ling was. Moreover, they were even more convinced of Lin Ling's abilities. In fact, no one objected to Lin Ling becoming the owner of Lei Gong's Grand Hall from the beginning. After all, they saw how Eugene and the rest couldn't stop them. They could object to Lin Ling, but after he arrived, he shocked the entire land of the 9 states. If Lord Lei Gong wasn't soft-hearted and couldn't bear to see too many people bleed and committed suicide, Lin Ling might have helped Lord Lei Gong defeat the strong enemies. Moreover, Lin Ling was the only person who could kill Lei Gong's enemies. Hence, they respected Lin Ling from the bottom of their hearts. Come out, universal Qingtianare. Seeing the excited gazes of the crowd, Lin Ling didn't hide anything. He waved his right hand and 19 pillars appeared in the distant void. Moreover, the crowd could clearly see a figure running wildly among the pillars. However, no matter how fast she seemed to be unable to move at all. It was as if she was running on the spot and couldn't break through the restraints of the 19 pillars. And that person was none other than Sister Jin. So, she didn't escape at all. Seeing this, many people laughed. Their laughter was cruel and bloodthirsty. In the end, the murderer couldn't escape the punishment of Lei Gong's Grand Hall. Moreover, if Sister Jin escaped, the Grand Hall of Lei Gong would lose its reputation in the land of the 9 states. Others would say that the Lei Gong's Grand Hall was so powerful, but they couldn't even catch the murderer who killed Lei Gong. Fame. However, unlike what the crowd saw, Sister Jin couldn't see those mysterious pillars at all. Instead, she saw the land of the 9 states and even the 10,000 worlds. Therefore, at this moment, she was very excited and felt a sense of relief in her heart. I finally escaped. That's great, that's great. What bullshit, Lin Ling. You can't even catch me, the murderer. You want to lead the Lei Gong's Grand Hall? I think you're dreaming. After escaping, Sister Jin was undoubtedly very excited. She hummed a song and swaggered forward like a young girl in love. Now, she slowed down because she believed that the people from the Lei Gong's Grand Hall wouldn't be able to catch up with her. The sneak attack on Lei Gong just now was too satisfying. That damned old man, I've long disliked him. He was so unfair to me. If he hadn't committed suicide, I would have attacked him again. However, the land of the 9 states can't hold me now. Eugene and the other cowards don't dare to protect me. Therefore, I'd better go find the Spirit Nation. I believe that with my strength, the Spirit Nation will definitely welcome me. Lin Ling, there's always a way out. You want to kill me? Dream on. The more Sister Jin thought about it, the more relaxed she became. She hummed even louder. However, this song was clearly going to end soon, because the moment she turned around, the scene in front of her suddenly changed. It was no longer the land of the 9 states. Instead, there was a large number of people standing in front of her. The person in the lead was looking at her with a cold gaze. He was Lin Ling. Lin Ling? Fake, how can this be? This is fake. Chapter 43:59. This time, I should be able to escape. She kept panting as she looked ahead. However, she was shocked when she saw what was in front of her. That was because there was a group of people in Lei Gong's palace in front of her. They were led by Lin Ling. No, this is fake. With my speed, I can escape from the east border to the north border. How could they have been waiting here for so long? Sister Jin's heart felt as if it had been struck by lightning. She gritted her teeth and immediately ran away madly. How could this be? After a long time, when she thought that she had finally escaped the great calamity, a large number of experts appeared in front of her eyes. Sister Jin's face twisted as she spat out a mouthful of blood. This was because she had continuously used up her realm essence and was shocked. That was because everything was too terrifying. She had clearly escaped tens of thousands of miles away, but she still couldn't escape from Lin Ling and the others' pursuit. How could she believe this? Could this be an illusion? Sister Jin suppressed the fear in her heart and comforted herself. That was because everything was too unbelievable. In her opinion, it was also impossible. Sister Jin, you have nowhere to run. However, at that moment, a loud roar suddenly sounded like thunder. It made Sister Jin's body tremble as she spat out another mouthful of blood. No, 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 this is fake. Blood kept flowing out of the corner of Sister Jin's mouth. This feeling was even more terrifying than being beaten up. That was because she had seen the hope of escaping time and time again, but her hope had been extinguished time and time again. No matter how strong her mentality was, she couldn't hold on any longer. Sister Jin, Open your eyes wide and look at where you are. At that moment, Lin Ling's voice sounded again. It shook the entire void. Then, the scene around her quietly disappeared. When everything returned to normal, Sister Zhen saw that she was still in Lei Gong's palace. She had used all her strength to escape, but in reality, she hadn't even taken a step away. This was like a nightmare to her. She stared at Lin Ling and the others. Then, she looked at the familiar void and spat out another mouthful of blood. Her face was pale and bloodless. Lin Ling, it's you. It's all because of you. You're playing me. Sister Zhen looked at Lin Ling with a ferocious expression. She gritted her teeth and roared. She knew very well that only Lin Ling had the strength to toy with her in the palm of his hand. Moreover, when she thought of how proud and arrogant she was before, she immediately felt like vomiting blood. Let's see where you can run to. At this moment, Lin Ling retracted his formation and looked at Sister Zhen coldly. However, Sister Zhen also knew that with her current weakness, even if Lin Ling allowed her to escape, she probably wouldn't be able to. Look who he is. Lin Ling waved his right hand, and a pillar floated over from afar. A skeleton was tied to the pillar, and there was not a single piece of intact flesh on the body. Even the skeleton was covered in wounds. However, Sister Zhen could tell who this person was from the head of the skeleton. Who else could it be but Zhongshan? Boom. Subconsciously, Sister Zhen shuddered. She knew that Zhongshan's fate was the same as hers. Of course, she never thought that Zhongshan would end up in such a miserable state. He was completely tortured. Lin Ling, you've gone too far. Looking away, Sister Zhen looked at Lin Ling in fear and said, "You're a devil. Zhongshan is your senior brother. How dare you treat him like this? Also, ever since you came to the Lei Gong Grand Hall, our originally peaceful Lei Gong Grand Hall has been filled with twists and turns. Now, even Lei Gong is dead. In my opinion, this is all because of you, you jinx." Sister Zhen looked at Lin Ling and shouted angrily. She was different from Zhongshan. She knew very well that begging for mercy was useless in front of Lin Ling. Therefore, she wanted to deprive Lin Ling of his rights in Lei Gong. This way, Lin Ling would not be able to do anything to her. Everyone, don't believe him. He has been eyeing Lord Lei Gong's position for a long time. This time, everything was just part of his plan. Big Sister Zhen kept roaring. In the end, she almost believed what she said. However, even if she believed what she thought, it did not mean that Lord Lei Gong Grand Hall would believe her. Therefore, not only did people ignore her, but they also looked at her with more resentment. That was because Sister Zhen was too shameless. Not only did she sneak attack Lei Gong, she even wanted to slander Lin Ling. When Eugene and the others attacked, Lin Ling was the only one who contributed the most in the entire Lei Gong Grand Hall. He even killed a large number of experts. So, did Sister Zhen think they were idiots? Say it. I'll give you a chance to say it. Let's see if you can change your fate and survive from my hands. Lin Ling, on the other hand, was no longer in a hurry. Bastard! Sister Zhen cursed in her heart when she heard Lin Ling's words. She suddenly looked at Lei Gong and said with a smile, "Young Lin, you're the strongest person in Lei Gong Grand Hall and have followed Lord Lei Gong for so long." However, in the end, Lord Lei Gong handed over Lord Lei Gong Grand Hall to Lin Ling. You, on the other hand, didn't get anything. Are you convinced? Moreover, Lin Ling may not be your opponent now, but he will surpass you in time. Are you willing to accept that? It was obvious that Sister Zhen was very cunning and knew how to drive a wedge between them. And Xingyi, you were personally brought back by Lord Lei Gong. I know you treat Lord Lei Gong like a father, but now, your father's great undertaking has been passed to Lin Ling. Don't you feel wronged? Sister Zhen looked at Xingyi and said, "In my opinion, you're the most qualified person to become the master of Lei Gong Grand Hall. I'm convinced by Lin Ling." However, Xingyi finally spoke after Sister Zhen finished speaking. His voice was crisp and clear without any hesitation. After he was crippled, everyone laughed at him and looked down on him. Only Lin Ling remained the same and even helped him. Moreover, he helped Lei Gong not because of the Lei Gong Grand Hall, but because of their friendship. Now that Lei Gong had passed the Lei Gong Grand Hall to Lin Ling, he had no choice but to accept it. If there was anyone who was unconvinced, even if there were others who were unconvinced, he would be the first to challenge them. I'm convinced by Lin Ling as well. At this moment, young Qilin spoke. I know what you want to say and do, but I'm sorry to tell you that Lin Ling is indeed stronger than me. The Lei Gong Grand Hall can only be brought to greater heights by him. Hearing this, Sister Zhen was so angry that she spat out another mouthful of blood. She thought that the baby Qilin would be secretly dissatisfied with Lin Ling, but who knew that the baby Qilin would directly admit defeat when facing Lin Ling? If that was the case, what was the use of her trying to drive a wedge between them? She really couldn't understand how a mere Lin Ling was qualified to unify the entire Thunder God Great Hall, and no one had any objections. Chapter 4360. Sister Zhen, what else do you have to say? Sister. At this moment, Lin Ling finally looked at Sister Zhen. Under his loud shout, Sister Zhen fell to the ground with a plop. Then she was so frightened that her snot and tears flowed out. She lost control of her body. This was because she knew that she had nowhere to run. When she thought of Lin Ling's revenge, she felt as if her whole world had collapsed. Lin Ling, I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Moreover, I didn't kill Lei Gong. At this moment, she no longer had a strong backbone. She was begging for mercy. I know. That's why I won't kill you. Just like how I treated Zhong Shan, I will never kill you. The tyrannical song sword appeared in Lin Ling's hand. However, his words made Sister Zhen look at the tied-up Zhong Shan. Her body trembled again because she knew very well that Zhong Shan must have endured countless tortures to end up like this. Haha, Sister Zhen, you want to escape? Dream on. You'd better suffer with me. Suddenly, Zhong Shan's weak voice floated over. It carried a hint of madness. He had obviously been tortured to the point of insanity. Haha. Zhong Shan's laughter resounded throughout the entire void. Hearing that laughter, Sister Zhen's body went completely limp. She lay on the ground, motionless. Men, tie her up. Seeing this, Lin Ling shouted angrily. Immediately, someone tied Sister Zhen to a pillar. Everyone looked at Sister Zhen with eyes full of anger. They all remembered how Sister Zhen had sneak-attacked Lei Gong not long ago. Today, they wanted to return that attack to Sister Zhen. Moreover, everyone had to return the attack. Lin Ling was naturally the first to act. With a single slash, he cut off a large amount of Sister Zhen's flesh. Then he turned around and left. Ah! Sister Zhen's painful voice echoed throughout the void. Her voice was as sharp as a ghost's cry. She wanted to resist with all her might, but there was nothing she could do. She could only look at the people who were staring at her covetously. She never expected that she, a former Lei Gong trial taker, would end up like this. Ah! When Lin Ling left, Sister Zhen's pained voice kept drifting out. However, Lin Ling was no longer paying attention to him. He looked into the distance as though he could see Lei Gong disappear. This made him clench his fists quietly, because his respected Lord Lei Gong had been forced to his death right in front of him. This enmity, this humiliation, Lin Ling would never forget. Lin Ling knew very well that if it weren't for Yushin and Titanic Crescent God, the Lightning God wouldn't have died. Lord Lei Gong, I'm sorry. I, Lin Ling, am not you. I can't let my family and friends die for the sake of the world. Therefore, I will avenge your death no matter what. I also know that you are not willing to die here. You just don't want to be implicated too much. They're just people. You, Titanic Crescent God, I will definitely take revenge on them. Lin Ling muttered to himself, and his voice carried a wisp of surging killing intent. He was not like Lei Gong. He did not care about the God realm or the void of the 9 continents. He only cared about the people around him. The people he wanted to protect would always be the people around him. Lin Ling, I'm afraid this is a scheme of the Spirit Nation. At this time, Nan Wufenyu walked over and said. Lin Ling nodded. He even knew that Eugene and the others knew about the 8 Gods' diary. This was what Luli Empress told them. Therefore, Luli Empress was also Lin Ling's primary enemy. The Spirit Nation is too big. I, Lin Ling, cannot touch them at the moment. However, I must kill Luli Empress with my own hands. Lin Ling said word by word. Although he knew that Luli Empress was now a member of the Spirit Nation, even if he told this to Eugene, Eugene might not believe him. Instead, they would think that Lin Ling was looking for an opportunity to attack Luli Empress. Now that Lei Gong has fallen, the void of the 9 continents has lost one of its pillars. The Spirit Nation, which has been hiding in the shadows, is ready to make a move. Therefore, to prevent any trouble from happening to the Grand Hall of Lei Gong, we must find a safer and more hidden place. Suppressing his killing intent, Lin Ling looked into the distance and said, this was because more than half of the Grand Hall of Lei Gong had died. If the Spirit Nation wanted to attack the void of the 9 continents, they would definitely attack the Grand Hall of Lei Gong first. That's right. If we hide, the Spirit Nation can only attack the other gods. Nanwo Fengyu nodded immediately. This void is not bad. Lin Ling, let's rest here for the time being. At this time, Emperor God Zhan Gang and Giant Ghost walked over. Emperor God Zhan Gang said. Lin Ling nodded and smiled at them. Thank you for your help in this matter. He was very clear that regardless of whether he was the master of the Grand Hall of Lei Gong, without the help of Nanwo Fengyu and the others, the Grand Hall of Lei Gong would definitely be the weakest among the 4 gods. Although this void is not bad, there is no spiritual qi here. It's not suitable for martial artists to cultivate. Oh right, I've obtained quite a number of god springs. If I can obtain 999 of them, I can set up the 9-9 return to 1 array formation and use the spirit to nurture the spirit. Suddenly, Lin Ling thought of an ancient array formation. If he could set it up in this void, it could also allow the spiritual qi in a certain area to be comparable to the void of the 9 continents. I've obtained quite a number of god springs from Emperor Thunder God Monarch. Lin Ling quickly checked and found out that the number of god springs was still lacking. He had to think of a way to obtain 999 of them. Of course, although the number of god springs was not enough, it was still enough to nourish a small area with spiritual qi. Thinking of this, Lin Ling immediately decided to set up the array formation. Then he looked at the void and saw 2 huge pillars. Their bodies had turned into skeletons, but their heads were intact. They were Sister Zhen and Zhong Shan. Now, they were not dead, but they were suffering inhumane torture. Moreover, maggots had appeared on their bodies. As long as they grew a piece of flesh, the maggots would devour them crazily, making Sister Zhen and Zhong Shan beg for death. This punishment is enough to appease the Thunder God and allow the Thunder God Hall to vent their anger. Lin Ling nodded secretly. This was the first thing he did for Lei Gong after he became the master of Lei Gong's Great Hall. Lord Lei Gong. At this moment, the experts in Lei Gong's Great Hall flew over and bowed respectfully to Lin Ling. Although their reverence was not as sincere as when they faced Lei Gong, it was almost the same. This showed that the people in Lei Gong's Great Hall were completely convinced by Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled and nodded at the crowd. Chapter 4361. Lord Lei Gong, if there's anything you need our help with, feel free to ask. An old man said to Lin Ling as he clasped his hands and bowed. But help me bring these divine springs to the Qian position. Arrange them according to my method. Remember, no matter what, you cannot make a mistake in the spirit formation I taught you. Don't worry, Lord Lei Gong. Although my spirit formation Tao cannot be compared to Miao Xin's true teachings, it's not like I don't know anything. That's good. As for you, go to the Qian position and arrange these divine springs. Lin Ling continued to instruct as he watched the crowd leave. Then, with a wave of his right hand, he sprinkled the rest of the divine spring. His powerful soul power shrouded a part of the void. Finally, after choosing a good realm, he immediately set up a boundary array in that realm. This void was the battlefield for the 8 gods' heavenly palaces quota. It was very large, but there was no spiritual energy, so it was not suitable for cultivators to cultivate. Lin Ling knew very well why it was like that. It was because there was no great Tao of laws here. As for the great ways of the natural laws, even the Thunder God was unable to create them, much less Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling was able to use the spirit formation to allow a certain realm to be filled with spiritual energy. Thus, as long as Lin Ling concealed the void, other than his own people, no one else would be able to find it. This void was an extremely precious place to hide. I'm afraid the origin of this void is not ordinary, treasure god Nanwafenyu exclaimed as he looked into the distance. Such a large void was clearly not just born. It should have been born many years ago. It was likely that Lord Lei Gong had accidentally obtained it, or it could have been gifted to Lei Gong by an expert. After the spirit formation is arranged, I'll bring everyone here. Lin Ling continued to set up the array formation as he thought to himself. Time quietly passed. Spring went and autumn came. Flowers bloomed and withered. Unknowingly, 3 years had passed. At this moment, in a vast realm in the void, a large number of prosperous buildings were located on an ancient land. Looking along the horizon, this continent was also extremely prosperous. The population had reached hundreds of millions, and the experts were as numerous as clouds. In the distance, a large number of buildings were being built. All of this symbolized that this realm was flourishing and growing continuously. What rich spiritual energy! The cultivators in this realm were very satisfied with the density of the spiritual chi here. Although the spiritual chi here was the same as the void of the 9 continents, it was purer. I've heard that this is a great array set up by Lord Lei Gong. It uses the divine spring to nourish the divine spring, so as long as the great array is not destroyed, the spiritual energy will never stop. That's nothing. Right now, there are already 900 divine springs scattered throughout the entire void. There are still 99 more to complete. At that time, the spiritual chi of the great array will more than double. This is really a paradise. However, it's not a place where ordinary people can come. Other than Lei Gong's Great Hall, those who are familiar with this place can only enter with a guarantee. Moreover, after being recognized by this void, we can freely enter and exit the void of the 9 continents, but others can't. When the experts of the Spirit Nation arrive, we can also hide here and be safe. That's right. The cultivators in the realm chatted excitedly. Boom. On this day, a roar sounded, and the entire void shook. Then, an endless amount of spiritual chi sprinkled down like rain, landing on the realm, causing countless people to feel relaxed and happy. So beautiful! Some women raised their heads and looked at the meteor shower with excitement in their eyes. Ling Er's great array has finally come to an end. Looking at the meteor shower in the sky, Ancestor Tai Yen Yu and the others smiled. During this period of time, although Lin Ling was setting up the great array, he often accompanied them. Therefore, they all knew that the moment the array was completed would be in the next few days. Now that they saw the meteor shower, they immediately knew that the array was completed. If they could find the remaining 99 divine springs, the array would be able to reach its limit. Lin Ling is here. At this time, someone looked at the sky and saw a slender figure with a smile on his face walking down step by step. Lord Lin Ling. At this moment, many people in the continent cupped their hands and bowed. They looked at the man as if they were looking at a god. These people were all from the God-Slayer Alliance. Now that the God-Slayer Alliance had joined Lei Gong's Great Hall, the severely damaged Lei Gong's Great Hall had finally recovered a portion of its strength. Lord Lei Gong. In a distant place, the experts of Lei Gong's Great Hall had all arrived and bowed to Lin Ling. Lin Ling, this great array is not bad. Young Qilin led Xingyi and the others over. Of course, they also bowed to Lin Ling before speaking with a smile. Although they had a good relationship with Lin Ling, they couldn't ignore etiquette. After all, Lin Ling was their Lei Gong. Looking at everyone, Lin Ling smiled slightly. A sense of pride and accomplishment quietly rose in his heart. This was because he was no longer the same person as before. He was one of the 4 great gods of the 9 prefectures void, one of the 4 strongest kings of the 9 prefectures void. Thinking back to the day when he first came to the 9 prefectures, he never imagined that such a day would come. Brother Ling. At this time, Yu and the others rushed over and held Lin Ling's hand with a smile. Is everyone all right? Lin Ling also asked if something big had happened at home. Second brother, it's very difficult to enter this void unless you're recognized. Thus, up until now, other than our own people, the other gods and people of the Spirit Nation have not been able to enter this place. Sakura immediately smiled. He and many leaders of the God-Slayer Alliance were the guardians of the Void. They knew the current situation of the Void. I remember half a year ago, there were people who wanted to enter this place, but in the end, they all failed. They could only leave with their tails between their legs. When they ran away, they even said that this spirit formation didn't exist in this world. Young Beast Lord said with a smile. Of course. Lin Ling nodded. His current Tao of spirit formations all came from the inheritance treasures of the gods. Back then, he had used the Tao of spirit formations to guide the great snow barrier deity of God Miao's true inheritance. Thus, he naturally knew that people from God Miao's true inheritance would not be able to break the barrier of the void. Lin Ling, is the array done? Chapter 4362. After entering, it would be impossible to remain undetected because they would only appear at the same location. At that time, Sakura and the others would be able to check if they were spies. Lin Ling, we found the divine spring. It's said that there are about 100 of them. Treasure God Nanwufenyu and the others went out for the divine spring. 100 of them. Lin Ling knew very well that even though the formation had taken shape, if he wanted to unleash its full potential, he needed 999 divine springs. Now, he was still short of 99 divine springs. Furthermore, as long as there were enough pillars, the 9x9-to-1 formation could be combined with the universal Qingtian formation to form the 9x9 universal Qingtian formation. There would be a total of 99 pillars in the south, and it would be much easier to trap the gods. Then there's no time to lose. Let's go. Lin Ling nodded. Currently, he needed divine springs for his cultivation and grand spirit formations. Thus, he was eager to find even more divine springs. Of course, after becoming a lower god, the energy needed to break through was too much. So Lin Ling planned to set up the formation first to solve his worries. Okay. Treasure God Nanwufenyu and the others nodded. Lin Ling bid farewell to everyone and left with Treasure God Nanwufenyu and the others. Everyone watched Lin Ling and the others leave and smiled. They weren't worried about their trip because they knew that they were the strongest in Lei Gong's hall. Even if the Titanic Crescent God was here, he wouldn't be able to defeat them. Grandpa Treasure God, did anything happen in the 9-province void in the past 3 years? After leaving the void, Lin Ling and the others appeared in Lei Gong's hall again. However, the hall was now empty with barriers everywhere. It was difficult for outsiders to get close. Nothing in the short term, but the Spirit Nation seems to be restless. Someone said that they saw experts from the Spirit Nation in the north. Also, Taoist Myriad Treasures has appeared. He's the one who spread the news about the divine spring. Treasure God Nanwufenyu and Emperor God Zhanggang said. Taoist Myriad Treasures. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. Taoist Master of Myriad Treasures was the host of the world's will, and not many people knew about this. Moreover, Taoist Master of Myriad Treasures had the key to the final floor of the 8 gods' heavenly palace, so Taoist Master of Myriad Treasures definitely couldn't miss this opportunity. I was just looking for him. Lin Ling couldn't help but smile. He also knew that it would be very difficult for him to break through by relying on the treasures in the void of the 9 prefectures. Moreover, the Taoist of many treasures had always been mysterious, so he might know some secret realms. Where is he? Lin Ling hurriedly looked at Treasure God Nanwufenyu and said, That old fox is very cunning. Although he hid very well, the news was still leaked. He is now in Qing province. God Emperor Zhanggang immediately laughed mischievously. It was as if he knew about Taoist Myriad Treasures and was very pleased with himself. This was because he knew that Taoist Master of Many Treasures was a figure from the ancient era, and he was even older than God Emperor Zhanggang. Sometimes, the news might not be leaked. That old fox is able to move between the 4 great gods and the Spirit Nation. He is not as simple as we think. However, Lin Ling had the opposite view. This was because no matter how fierce the battle between the Spirit Nation and the 4 great gods was, Taoist Master of Many Treasures would disappear without a trace. It was as if he was dead, and no expert could find him. When he was about to appear, everyone in the 9 prefectures would receive the news. It gave people the feeling that he was deliberately letting others know about his whereabouts. Now that you mention it, I feel that it is indeed so. If not for the news being leaked, we might not have known about Taoist master of many treasures' whereabouts. Treasure god Nanwufen nodded. Moreover, his appearance seems to be premeditated. For example, when he announced the map of the 7th level of the 8 gods' heavenly palace, and this time, I feel that he is adding fuel to the fire. Lin Ling guessed again. I can only say that he is also a host body of the world will. Although the host bodies of the world will are one, they do not get along and want to devour each other. Therefore, other than treating the 9 prefectures as his enemy, perhaps the spirit nation is also his enemy. His goal might be for us to fight to the death with the spirit nation. I will live while he reaps the benefits of the fishermen. Treasure god Nanwufen lightly said. We have arrived at the Azure province. At this time, the giant ghost's voice suddenly came. An ancient and vast continent appeared in front of them. It was packed with people and seemed to be thriving. The Azure province was also the place Lin Ling went to when he first came to the 9 prefectures. Back then, the Azure Emperor, the 3rd Princess, the Martial God Camp, and many other places had Lin Ling's memories. The Azure province is truly a good place. Lin Ling couldn't help but chuckle. His powerful soul force spread out and enveloped the entire Azure province, quietly investigating everything. Although there aren't many experts, it's not as few as I thought. It seems like they are here for the myriad treasures sage. Then Lin Ling withdrew his soul force. With his current powerful soul force, he could easily find out how many experts there were in the Azure province. Unless the opponent was very strong and had a special method to conceal Lin Ling's soul force. Follow me, I have found the myriad treasures sage. Then, Lin Ling said to treasure god Nanwufen and the others. With that, he strode into the Azure province. Someone is coming. At this moment, in a restaurant, a dirty and sloppy old man faintly smiled. Then, he poured himself a cup of wine and began to drink. That guy should be the new Lei Gong Lin Ling. I didn't expect my prediction back then to be correct. This person has risen in such a short time and is now in existence that cannot be underestimated in the 9 prefectures void. In the future, he will definitely be the #1 enemy of the world will. The old man faintly muttered to himself, then revealed a cold smile. And he was the myriad treasures sage. Moreover, he sensed that many experts were heading towards the restaurant he was in. At this moment, Lin Ling also rushed over with treasure god Nanwufen and the others. Along the way, Lin Ling also notified the 3rd princess and the others. After a short greeting, they soon arrived at the restaurant where the myriad treasures sage was. There are quite a lot of people. Before entering, Lin Ling sensed that there were many experts in the restaurant. These experts were all in the god realm. After Lei Gong's death, the number of experts hiding in the void seems to have increased by quite a lot. Even treasure god Nanwufen sensed it, but he was not afraid. This was because the 4 of them were so strong that even Eugene and the others could contend with them. Let's go in. The giant ghost took the lead and stepped into the restaurant. However, at this moment, an invisible shockwave hit him in the face. It was a powerful divine power, like a membrane that blocked outsiders outside the door. Moreover, this shockwave was also malicious. It rushed into the giant ghost's body in an attempt to discover its origin. Chapter 4363. Pucci. In the hall on the 1st floor, a skinny old man immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, then looked at the giant ghost in anger. He had only checked a little, but the giant ghost had dared to injure him. The others on the 1st floor were used to it. They drank and ate as if they were ordinary people. However, although they acted ordinary, they were all extremely powerful. They were all godly kings. Therefore their eyes flashed. The barrier was used to prevent ordinary people from entering. Those who could enter were not weak. They were qualified to meet the sage of myriad treasures. The 4 people outside were obviously not weak. They were qualified. I wonder who those 4 people are. They can't be weak to be able to force the old man back. Now, in the void of the 9 regions, after the fall of the thunder god, many experts are like carps in a river. Especially after the investiture of the gods in the 9 regions, Many people have returned to their divine positions. In addition to these years of cultivation, their strength is no longer the same as it was in the past. Now that they have succeeded in their cultivation, their strength has greatly increased. Yes. That's possible. Yes. These experts who were familiar with each other quietly discussed. Lin Ling and the others stepped into the inn. The giant ghost's face was fierce as he stared at the skinny old man who had spat out blood. Not only did the old man try to stop him, he even tried to see through the giant ghost's origins. One had to know that the giant ghost was one of the 8 god wills. This was a secret, but the old man did not know etiquette and casually checked. Yo, who are you? So arrogant that you dare to injure my people? Yes. Suddenly, a chuckle could be heard. In the corner, a man in a green robe was playing with a wine cup as he spoke. Don't you know that you have to apologize to those who touch my Xiao Taishan? Yes. Then, the young man took a sip of wine and muttered to himself. Apologize? Yes. Hearing this, the giant ghost laughed. Treasure god Nan Wufengyu and Emperor god Zhang Gang laughed as well. Although they sensed that the young man had a mysterious aura, perhaps he had a powerful background. However, even if he had a powerful background, he would have to lower his noble head in front of them. What? I gave you a chance, but you didn't take it. Noticing the smiles on their faces, the young man stopped drinking and looked over. Giant Ghost and the others noticed that the young man's left and right eyes were different colors. One was red and the other was green. Of course, this only caused the Giant Ghost and the others to be slightly surprised. Lin Ling didn't even look at the young man. Instead, he quietly locked onto 2 people. They were a man and a woman in a corner on the other side. Although these 2 people were wearing ordinary clothes, Lin Ling still felt a sense of familiarity. Moreover, he instantly guessed that these 2 people were the ones he met in the 8th district. On the 7th floor of Divine Heaven Palace, treasure god Nan Wufengyu fought against the 2 experts from the underworld. Grandpa Treasure God. Lin Ling immediately sent a voice transmission. It's them. Treasure god Nan Wufengyu also noticed this and was startled. He didn't expect that Taoist Myriad Treasure's appearance would attract the attention of these 2 experts. In the previous battle, although treasure god Nan Wufengyu easily suppressed these 2 people, he also knew that these 2 people had just arrived in the void of the 9 continents and couldn't use many of their powers. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so simple. Of course, when Lin Ling and the others were secretly investigating these 2 people, they were very powerful and also noticed Lin Ling and the others. Now, these 2 people's appearances had changed, as if they had taken over other people's bodies. It's them. They were also secretly transmitting their voices. That brat made me suffer a great loss in the past. However, it seems like his strength has increased. After all, he was only a martial god when he was in the 8 gods' heavenly palace. Now, he has divine origin. The man said indifferently, but then he shook his head. But that's all. Now, I'm not the same as before. The power I can summon from the underworld has increased. Let's wait until the matter with Taoist Myriad Treasure is over. Next to him, the woman nodded. They all chose to pretend that they didn't know Lin Ling and the others. Lin Ling and treasure god Nan Wufengyu noticed that they were playing dumb. Naturally, it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble, so they ignored them. On the other hand, the giant ghost walked step by step toward the young man in green, then came to the injured skinny old man and smashed the 8 gods' steel in his hand. Boom! The skinny old man's pupils constricted. Obviously, he didn't expect the giant ghost to be so arrogant, daring to attack in front of his master. He wanted to resist, but in the end he was no match for the giant ghost. His head was smashed by the steel, then he spat out blood and fainted. Moreover, this smash seemed very calm, and the restaurant didn't shake at all. Even so, everyone's eyes flickered as they looked at the giant ghost. Obviously, they were shocked by the giant ghost's strength. I'll kill him right now. What, you're not convinced? The giant ghost carried the steel on his shoulder and looked provocatively at the young man in green, as if he didn't care at all. The young man raised his eyes and looked indifferently at the giant ghost. Some things can't be done, or you'll regret it. Clearly, you've done something that you'll regret for the rest of your life. Is that so? I want to know what I'll regret. The giant ghost looked straight at him. He could sense the mystery of the other party, but he wasn't afraid at all. Crown Prince, there's no need to say anything to him. Just attack. At this moment, at a table next to the young man in green, an old man said indifferently. He played with a wine cup in his hand, and golden light bloomed in his eyes. The dignity of my clan cannot be bullied. His voice was filled with thick arrogance, and he was very high up. 3 breaths left. If you cut off one of your arms, you'll still have a chance to live. After drinking the wine in his hand, the old man spoke again. Looking at the young man in green, he sneered because he knew who the old man was. With him speaking, there were very few people in the 9 states who could resist him. 1, 2, 3. However, at this moment, the giant ghost had already counted. He was counting for the old man, and then he said, "Okay, it's over. Well now, you're courting death." The old man obviously didn't expect that the Yaksha-like guy would dare to slap him in the face. He felt so ashamed that he couldn't show his face. "Uncle Dragon, let me." The young man in green roared angrily and shot out. His speed was incomparably fast. In midair, a dragon claw appeared and grabbed at the giant ghost. Dragon Clan. This was a real dragon, and his strength was at the deity realm. The eyes of the people on the first floor narrowed. Although they knew that the young man in green was very strong, they didn't expect him to be from the Dragon Clan. Chapter 4364. This was because the Dragon Clan was the most mysterious in the 9 prefectures. They were like an ancient divine gate that was isolated from the world. People had only heard of them but had never seen them. Now, someone from this legendary colossus had finally entered the world. Do you regret it now? Alas, why bother? We didn't want to reveal our identities, but you forced us. Now that you know who we are, don't you feel terrified and afraid? The green-clothed young man smiled proudly and slapped his dragon claw at the giant ghost. Rumble. However, the giant ghost held the 8-god steel with both hands and swept it fiercely. Swoosh. The restaurant shook slightly. On the surface, the momentum wasn't terrifying, but the two of them didn't want to disturb Taoist myriad treasures and prevent their power from leaking out. Moreover, it looked like the impetus wasn't great on the surface, but in reality, everyone in the hall on the first floor noticed a terrifying gale assault their faces. If it wasn't for them urging divine essence to protect their bodies, they would have probably been torn into pieces long ago. So strong? Who are you? The green-clothed young man wanted to suppress the giant ghost with one move, but he realized that this ferocious-looking fellow wasn't weak at all. Crown Prince, let me help you. When the old man saw this, his figure disappeared and suddenly appeared behind the giant ghost and slashed out with his dragon claw. If one looked carefully, he had transformed into an ancient golden dragon that was as thick as a water bucket. He was dazzling with golden light and was very dignified. His dragon claw seemed to be made of gold and was extremely hard. The Dragon Clan had countless dragon gods, but they were also divided into ranks. For example, the Dragon God bloodline and the Collateral bloodline. The Dragon God bloodline was also divided into 3 and 6 ranks. Obviously, these two people had a high status in the Dragon Clan. However, when the golden dragon's claw was about to grab the giant ghost, a palm suddenly grabbed and blocked the dragon's claw. It was Lin Ling. Moreover, Lin Ling knew that this old man was strong, so he used the second stage of his innate talent fusion. After the second stage, Lin Ling easily blocked the golden dragon's attack and was even stronger. Who are you? The golden dragon let out a low voice that was mixed with shock. This was because he had never expected that the two people he had casually met would be so powerful. Could it be that the current Jojo Void was filled with deities? His divine energy is so dense. It doesn't seem like the strength of an early-stage low god at all. Moreover, his fleshly body strength and divine energy are much stronger than before. Could he be the reincarnation of something? How could his strength increase so much in such a short period of time? The man and woman in the corner were also surprised, because last time in the 8 gods' heavenly palace, Lin Ling was not this strong. I'm your father. At this time, Lin Ling held the dragon claw in one hand, and the power of 800,000 worlds and 4,000 strands of divinity were activated at the same time. Kakaka. Cracks started to appear on the golden dragon's claws, and the golden dragon was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat because he finally understood how powerful Lin Ling was. Crack. A crisp sound rang out. The golden dragon's claw was torn off by Lin Ling, and golden blood splattered all over the ground. The golden dragon god, who was in midair, fell to the ground with a plop. Then, his whole body shone with golden light, and he turned into a human again. However, this time, he was holding his broken arm, and his face was as pale as paper. His angry eyes were fixed on Lin Ling. This was because not long ago he said that he would cut off one of the giant ghost's arms, but in the blink of an eye, he had lost one of his arms. Moreover, it was done by a domineering method. Of course, he was not the only one who was surprised. The people around him were also shocked. This was because every person who could appear here was a deity, and every one of them had a supreme status. However, such a deity had lost an arm just like that. It was too unbelievable. If someone had said this to them not long ago, they would have thought it was a joke. How could a deity be crippled so easily? But now they believed it. Boom. The young man in green was also shocked. In the end, he was hit in the face by the giant ghost's stone tablet, and he fell to the ground. Do you know who we are? The two of them raised their heads and spoke at the same time. In the corners of the restaurant, many powerhouses stood up. These people were obviously with the young man in green. Moreover, their bodies were full of dragon's aura, and they were ready to help. Do you know who you're dealing with? The old man shouted angrily. Rebellion, rebellion. Mere humans dared to attack the noble dragon god. This was definitely rebellion. Hee, the dragon race isn't that great, is it? Lin Ling looked down at them with a disdainful smile in his eyes. When the giant ghost had entered the inn, it was these people from the dragon race who had attacked first. Of course, it was fine if they had attacked, but they had domineeringly investigated the giant ghost's origin. This was obviously a violation of the rules between cultivators. However, at that time, Lin Ling's eyes had fallen on the man and woman in the corner, so he had ignored them for the time being. Now, they had the nerve to say that they were from the dragon race? Was the dragon race that great? Lin Ling had seen the dragon race several times. He had even seen the dragon god in the Dragon Valley. Of course, to Lin Ling he had seen the more terrifying ancient dragon god, the Dragon King of the East Sea. Therefore, these dragon gods from the era of the gods were nothing. Stop blabbering, you talk too much. I'll pull out your dragon tendons. Lin Ling did not waste any more words and pounced on the young man in green. The latter was stunned and roared, "You dare!" Lin Ling, I'll help you. Unfortunately, not only did Lin Ling not dare to do anything, the giant ghost also rushed over. The two of them pressed down on the young man in green. The latter reverted to his dragon form, but he could not change his size. He could only become as thick as a water bucket and was ridden by Lin Ling and the old man. Meanwhile, Lin Ling violently opened the green dragon's mouth and continuously pulled out the dragon's tongue. He pulled out the dragon's tongue. These two guys. Seeing this scene, the people who were originally shocked were now as shocked as the gods. Despite their vast experience, this was the first time they saw a dragon god being pulled out by someone. How dare you, we are the dragon race's dragon gods. You're dead, you're dead. The old man at the side struggled to get up, but a foot suddenly stomped on him, pushing him back to the ground. The one standing on top of him was none other than treasure god Nanwufenyu. Xiang, lie down obediently, this has nothing to do with you. Treasure god Nanwufenyu said with a beaming face. Although it seemed like a casual action, it was enough to stop the old man from moving. Who the hell are you people? At this time, the old man finally realized that he had kicked an iron plate, because among the 4 people, 3 of them were abnormally strong. How could there be so many powerful people in the 9 continents void? You don't need to know who we are, but him, his name is Lin Ling. Treasure god Nanwufenyu did not hide anything, pointing at Lin Ling who was pulling out dragon tendons. Lin Ling, he's Lin Ling. The old man's pupils constricted. The faces of the experts on the first floor changed dramatically. Chapter 4365. He was one of the 4 great gods in the void of the 9 continents. During the Great War of the Gods 3 years ago, this ferocious new god had killed countless gods in the void. He was so powerful that people would pale at the mere mention of his name. Even the other gods did not dare to provoke him easily. Not to mention the 9 continents void, even in the spirit kingdom, Lin Ling was the #1 enemy of the spirit kingdom. Now, this legendary figure had actually appeared before their eyes. No wonder these 2 fellows were so fierce, daring to ride the dragon god and angrily pulling out dragon tendons. As for the young man who seemed to be the dragon race's crown prince, he was screaming in pain. Lin Ling had forcefully pulled out his dragon head and tongue, causing him to cry from the pain. So noisy! Moreover, Lin Ling found him annoying, so he ruthlessly punched his dragon head a few times. The young man was dizzy, his face was red, and he almost fainted. However, while the young man was in pain, his heart was also filled with shock. Lei Gong Lin Ling. It was actually Lei Gong Lin Ling. He finally knew why the person on top of him was not afraid of him. You should know someone called Xiao Er. That fellow is also from the dragon race. He has been arrogant in front of me many times, but I beat him until he takes a detour whenever he sees me. You are not as smart as Xiao Er, you actually took the initiative to provoke me. Tell me, how should I deal with you? Lin Ling was still riding on the young man's body as he spoke with disdain. I was wrong. The young man was from the dragon race and was arrogant. He was ordered by the dragon race to find the Taoist of many treasures and investigate the whereabouts of the next will of the world. Now that he knew which god was on top of him, he put away his arrogance. Lord Lei Gong, we know we were wrong. The old man looked at Lin Ling pleadingly. Nan Wufengyu, who was stepping on him, saw this and slowly retracted his foot. The old man quickly got up and kowtowed to Lin Ling, then gave himself 3 hard slaps. Pa. After 3 slaps, the dragon teeth were sent flying. I was wrong. I hope that for the sake of Lord Dragon God, you will spare us this time. After the fight, the old man said, Lord Dragon God. Lin Ling's eyes flashed when he heard this. He recalled the old dragon god he'd met at the Kaiyuan River all those years ago. At that time, the old dragon god had helped Lin Ling on numerous occasions, so Lin Ling had to give him some face. In truth, Lin Ling had always been giving face to the old dragon god. Otherwise, with Xiao Er's initial provocation, he would have already killed him. Consider yourselves lucky. Lin Ling gave the giant ghost a look, then climbed up from the young man's body. Next, they all walked towards a table and chairs, and the green-clothed young man's follower immediately eagerly served them good wine and food. Shopkeeper, bring up all the delicious food. We want to entertain this lord. Someone even shouted at the restaurant. Right away, right away. The shopkeeper of the restaurant was weak and had long been afraid of this group of people. Now that he heard this, he didn't dare to say anything and immediately busied himself in fear. This is Qingzhou. Remember, Qingzhou is under my protection. If I find out that anyone is causing trouble here, then unless you escape from the void of Jiuzhou, you'd better obediently admit your mistakes. If I'm in a good mood, I might spare your worthless lives. Lin Ling said indifferently as he drank. His words were naturally directed at the people on the first floor. This group of people was very powerful. If they attacked in Qingzhou, Qingzhou would definitely be destroyed, and countless people would die. Qingzhou was the 3rd princess territory, and the 3rd princess was Lin Ling's disciple. Naturally, Lin Ling had to protect her. We wouldn't dare. Many people immediately spoke up. In the face of Lei Gong, one of the 4 great gods, even if they were gods, they didn't dare to act recklessly. Many of them were enemies and wanted to attack after seeing Sage Duobao. However, after hearing Lin Ling's words, they didn't dare to fight in Qingzhou. Lin Ling has become more and more powerful. In the corner, there was a mysterious man wearing a large cloak. He was drinking wine indifferently at this moment. Her jade-like hand holding the wine cup was as white as jade, and her red fingernails glowed with an alluring light. Just looking at the side of her drinking wine was enough to make people's imaginations run wild. However, no one who could enter the hall on the first floor was weak. Therefore, people were only curious about her, but they didn't dare to look at her too much. She knew Lin Ling because she was Long Yang's acquaintance, and she knew Lin Ling. During this period of time, Long Yang had been hiding. Even when Eugene and the others wanted to harm Lei Gong, she just pretended to follow them and quietly left after going there. This was because she knew that Lin Ling would never agree to harm Lei Gong. And this was indeed the case. After that, she heard about Lin Ling's matter. Fortunately, she wasn't there at that time. Otherwise, she would have been killed by Lin Ling. Now, Lin Ling's strength had surpassed her by more than 2 times. If she wanted to take revenge, the difficulty had undoubtedly increased by several times. After the 9 prefectures' investiture of the gods, the 9 prefectures' void has become hundreds of times stronger than before. However, Lin Ling is clearly not the reincarnation of a god. Yet, he has improved the fastest and his strength has increased the most. This is really puzzling. Long Yang secretly said. She knew that Lin Ling and Luli Empress had a grudge against each other. However, the current Luli Empress was probably no match for Lin Ling. This was because she had secretly investigated and found out that Luli Empress had disappeared. It was obvious that she was hiding from Lin Ling. If Luli Empress was killed by Lin Ling, then she might be next. She didn't have much time left. What are you thinking about? We haven't seen each other in a while. Just as she was deep in thought, a faint voice suddenly rang out in front of her. She raised her head and saw that Lin Ling had already appeared at the table with a grin on his face. Bastard, he actually found out about me. Long Yang's heart thumped and at the same time, she cursed under her breath. Look at how sneaky you are. You must be hiding from me. Moreover, you didn't participate in the Battle of the Gods in Lei Gong's Great Hall. Don't tell me you're afraid that I'll kill you. Lin Ling poured himself a glass of wine and continued to smile. In fact, he didn't hate Long Yang. This was because he had gone out with Long Yang to train. Long Yang had the opportunity to kill him. Although Long Yang had considered it for a long time, she didn't make a move in the end. This made Lin Ling very impressed. This was because Long Yang was at least a person with principles. Bullshit, who's afraid of you? Since she had been discovered, Long Yang no longer hid anything. Chapter 4366. Lin Ling, don't cross the line. Long Yang was so angry that her face turned red. Because Lin Ling's words didn't seem to be referring to her hands, but more like he was talking about her figure. This reminded her of the time when Lin Ling took her for the first time in Spirit Province. She could still remember the storm that night. It was a nightmare of her life. Of course, at the same time as the nightmare, there was also a strange feeling. It was a wonderful feeling. Lin Ling didn't seem to care about Long Yang's reprimand, so he said calmly, Long Yang, you should know that I'm now Lei Gong. Based on your current state, you have no chance of winning against me. Impossible. Long Yang instantly guessed Lin Ling's thoughts. Lin Ling wanted to cancel the death match between the two of them. Was that night really that important? What's important is that you still haven't given up on revenge against me. Lin Ling was a little surprised by Long Yang's stubbornness. Although he and Long Yang had a grudge, they had also gone through trials and tribulations together. Therefore, Lin Ling was more than happy to cancel the death match. That kind of thing can't be made up for. Between us, it's either you die or I live. Long Yang gritted her teeth and said word by word. It's not impossible to make up for it. You're considered a pretty good genius. If you don't mind, you can join our Lei Gong Hall. After you join, our Lei Gong Hall will give you a higher status than Eugene. If you really can't let go of that night, I have a suggestion. Lin Ling toyed with his wine glass, as if he was thinking about something. Long Yang laughed coldly. You want to say, why don't you let me kill you, right? Nonsense, Lin Ling, you underestimate me. If I, Long Yang, want to kill you, I'll win fair and square. I don't need your pity. You're thinking too much. I, Lin Ling, would never actively seek death. My suggestion is, why don't you be stronger and fight me back? Then we'll be even. Lin Ling immediately said seriously. Dream on. Long Yang was stunned, then she roared. What was the difference? She was the one who was at a disadvantage. When did this Lin Ling become so thick-skinned? Alright, I won't waste time with you. Anyway, I've already given you a chance. If you insist on seeking death in the future, I won't hold back. Also, you don't have to be so afraid of me because before you send out a challenge, I, Lin Ling, won't easily touch you. Seeing Long Yang's furious look, Lin Ling smiled and walked back. Damn it. Lin Ling's repulsive look reminded Long Yang of the madness that night in the Spirit Province. That man was incomparably violent and didn't know how to be gentle with women. No, I have to become stronger. I heard that Taoist Master Duobao knows of a secret realm in the God realm. If I can get the treasure there, I'll have a chance to kill Lin Ling. Long Yang's small hand gripped the wine glass tightly, and the light of ambition bloomed in her eyes. This was the reason she came to find Taoist Master Duobao. Of course, the others were also here for the treasure in the God realm. Now that the 9 prefectures were sealed, there were countless experts. Just when they thought they had established themselves in the 9 prefectures, in reality, in less than a year, there would be experts appearing out of nowhere. Therefore, they all knew that they weren't the only ones who had obtained the opportunity. Therefore, they had to become stronger. In addition, now that the Spirit Nation was eyeing them covetously, whether it was for their family and friends, or for their own survival, they had to become stronger to survive the catastrophe. Looks like everyone is here. Then it's time. Everyone come up. At this time, a smiling voice suddenly sounded in everyone's ears. It was Taoist Master Duobao's voice. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up and looked up at the 2nd floor. That damned old man, is he finally going to start? Lin Ling drank the wine in his hand and looked at treasure god Nan Wufenyu. Then, he took the lead and stepped onto the 2nd floor. Seeing this, the others quickly followed. Previously, when Lin Ling didn't move, they didn't dare to move. After all, no one wanted to be above the new Lei Gong. Not to mention other things, just the experts in Lei Gong's hall were enough to kill them all. What a cunning guy! Lin Ling went up the stairs, but his sharp soul power also noticed that the 2nd floor was a little different. It looked like the 2nd floor, but in reality, it was more like a void. It was obvious that Taoist Master Duobao had left a trick up his sleeve. If there was an emergency, he could quickly leave. This was also the reason why so many people were concerned about him, but couldn't catch him. Taoist Master Duobao's previous life was the dragon subduing Arhat. The methods he knows are indeed extraordinary. Lin Ling thought to himself. He controlled the stairs of wisdom and quietly sealed the entire 2nd floor. He wanted to seal Taoist Master Duobao and try to capture him alive. Behind him, treasure god Nan Wufenyu sensed Lin Ling's move and smiled. He was obviously very curious about Taoist Master Duobao. "Io, Lord Lei Gong, what's wrong with you? Please don't scare an old man like me. This old man can't be scared and I might be scared to death. I don't care if I die, but I'm afraid I'll delay your important matters." However, just as Lin Ling and the others stepped onto the 2nd floor, a sobbing voice was heard. The Taoist of many treasures was still dressed in tattered clothes. He was sloppily sitting on a chair with his legs crossed. He held a wine cup in one hand and a roasted chicken in the other. He was eating it in big bites. If Lin Ling and the others didn't know about the Taoist of many treasures' background, they would have thought that he was an ordinary old beggar. Moreover, Taoist Master Duobao said that he was pitiful, but from his appearance, he didn't seem to care at all. He found out. Lin Ling's expression didn't change, but his heart trembled. As expected of Taoist Master Duobao, he was actually able to detect his steps of wisdom. This also meant that Taoist Master Duobao most likely also had a steps of God, and it wasn't weak. Taoist Master Duobao misunderstood. I was just on guard. After all, you know that there are many people who want me, Lin Ling, to die. There are spirit nations and gods, so it's better to be safe than sorry. Then, Lin Ling said with a fake smile as he quietly retracted the stare of wisdom. Who asked you to be Demon Lin? In the 9 provinces, there's probably no one who wouldn't be shocked by Lord Lei Gong's name. So when I see you, Demon Lin, this old man can't be careless. Taoist Master Duobao was still eating meat as if he didn't care about anything, But Lin Ling knew that the old man must have sensed that he withdrew the steps of wisdom. Moreover, Lin Ling suddenly had a thought. Could it be that the old man had prepared another escape route? Lin Ling couldn't help but look at treasure god Nan Wufengyu. From his eyes, he could tell that treasure god Nan Wufengyu didn't have the confidence to capture Taoist master Duo Bao alive. Chapter 4367. Lin Ling only had two goals. First, to obtain more divine spring. Whether it was setting up a formation or cultivating, it was essential. Second, to know the way to enter the 9th level of the 8 gods' heavenly palace. Although he was the new Lei Gong, Lin Ling knew that there were many people stronger than him in the 9 prefectures void, especially in the spirit nation. Therefore, Lin Ling knew that he had to become stronger. Taoist Master Duo Bao, I heard that you know of a secret realm in the God realm. Is this true? Just as everyone sat down, someone immediately asked with a smile. You guys are quite well informed. Taoist Master Duo Bao drank a mouthful of wine and smiled. Then, he saw everyone's expectant expression and nodded. I do know of a secret realm. This secret realm was left behind by the gods back then. It's called the Holding Ear Ox Cave. However, it's also extraordinary because it's said to have a demonic god from back then. The fiend gods left behind by the gods are very terrifying. Of course, because they were left behind by the gods, there are countless treasures. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. In the 9 prefectures void, many people had obtained benefits from the god realm and became gods in one step. Therefore, if it was a secret realm left behind by the gods, there would be countless opportunities. There are still demonic gods there? Suddenly, a doubtful voice was heard. It was Lin Ling's voice. That's right. The Ear Ox Cave was left behind by the head of the 7 sages of the Age of the Gods, the Ox Demon. Back then, he used some sort of divine ability to take the Ear Ox Cave away, avoiding the dusk of the gods. Tens of millions of years later, the Ear Ox Cave floated back to the god realm. However, due to the divine ability, the demonic gods in the cave can't come out now. But it's about time for them to come out. Taoist Master Duo Bao said with a smile. Chi. Hearing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and finally calmed down. It turned out that there were still demonic gods in the Holding Ear Ox Cave. It seemed that those treasures weren't easy to obtain. Wealth comes from danger. You are all gods of the 9 prefectures. If you don't go, who will? In any case, this old man doesn't have the fortune to go to that place. If you go, I hope that you can bring back a metal box for this old man. In this way, I will tell you the location and won't take any reward. Taoist Master of Many Treasures said again, but his eyes were looking at Lin Ling. He seemed to be asking everyone to help him, but in reality, he was asking Lin Ling to help him. Is there a divine spring in this Ear Ox Cave? Lin Ling sensed Taoist Master of Many Treasures' intentions and smiled faintly. Of course there are. Furthermore, there are quite a number of them. By the way, Grim Demon once fought the descendants of Ox Fiend and killed countless Ox Fiends. After he died, the Ox Fiend of the Ox Cave wanted to take revenge, so he took something of Grim Demon's and hid it in the Ox Cave. Taoist Master of Many Treasures continued. Slaughter Demon. Lin Ling's eyes lit up and he looked at Taoist Duo Bao in disbelief. He knew that Taoist Duo Bao had said that on purpose. Taoist Master of Many Treasures clearly knew about his demon-slaying sword, which was why he had released such bait. In that case, he, Lin Ling, had no choice but to go. Then, I wonder what Grim Demon left behind? Lin Ling asked curiously. Now, Lin Ling had collected all the broken swords in the sword hilt. He could trigger the steps of slaughter, so Lin Ling was also curious about what Grim Demon had left behind in the divine world. The head. Taoist Duo Bao looked at Lin Ling indifferently and said meaningfully. This sentence finally cleared Lin Ling's doubts. A head. This was definitely Grim Demon's head. Back when Lin Ling obtained the sword hilt, a headless elder would often float out and ask Lin Ling for his head. Therefore, if Taoist Duo Bao's words were true, then the Ear Ox Cave definitely had Grim Demon's head. Once the head was found, it was unknown what changes would happen to the sword hilt. However, Lin Ling had a feeling that it was definitely very strong. Perhaps it could restore some of Grim Demon's glory from back then. May I know what the metal box that Senior wants looks like? After putting away his thoughts, Lin Ling looked at Taoist Duo Bao and said. Upon hearing Lin Ling's words, Taoist Duo Bao immediately became excited. He used his realm essence to carve out an iron box. The iron box was rusty and was locked by a finger-sized iron lock. It looked very ordinary, but there were unknown flowers engraved on the iron box. It was hard to forget. All right, I'll remember it. All right. Lin Ling nodded and agreed to help Taoist Duo Bao find the iron box. However, he also asked, Taoist Duo Bao has always had many treasures, so his horizons are naturally different from ordinary people's. Therefore, an iron box that can interest Senior is probably extraordinary. The world will host from the primordial world to the age of gods is recorded in the iron box. I'm only interested in the world will host, so I want to take a look at that iron box. All right. Taoist Duo Bao didn't hide it as he secretly sent a voice transmission to Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling's heart to palpitate. Could it be another world will host? If that was the case, there would be many people who wanted to obtain this iron box. It seems that there are many experts going to the Ear Ox Cave this time. Yes. Lin Ling looked at Taoist Duo Bao with a smile that wasn't a smile. There are indeed many. Not long ago, Lord Ning of the Spirit Nation bought this information from me. Eugene, Titanic Crescent God, and the others also bought this information. Yes. Taoist Duo Bao didn't hide it as he nodded. That old fox. Yes. Hearing this, Lin Ling really wanted to beat Taoist Duo Bao up. If Taoist Duo Bao spread the news, the Ear Ox Cave would definitely be in chaos. That old fox clearly had some ulterior motives. Perhaps he also wanted the 9 prefectures void and the Spirit Nation to fight in an abyss of suffering so that he could take advantage of it. I didn't expect that Taoist Duo Bao would be so interested in the remaining world will host. Yes. Lin Ling sneered and sent a telepathic message to him. His words caused Taoist Duo Bao to be startled. He still had a smile on his face, but it had clearly changed. As expected of Lord Lei Gong. You even know this kind of information. Very well. Taoist Duo Bao's gaze suddenly landed on the stone tablet on Giant Ghost's shoulder. He smiled and said, It should be this fellow called Giant Ghost who told you. Very well. You don't need to care about who told me. I can help you get the iron box, but I want to know what's inside. Also, you have to tell me the method to enter the 9th level of the 8 Gods' Heavenly Palace. Lin Ling said. Very well. Taoist Duo Bao nodded. Chapter 4368. At this moment, Taoist Duo Bao waved his right hand and drew a map in the air. The starting point of the map was the southern heavenly gate. Everyone's strength was not weak, so they immediately remembered it in their hearts. Okay, I've said what I needed to say. I have something to do, so I'll leave first. Goodbye. After drawing the map, Taoist Duo Bao left behind a sentence and immediately left the 2nd floor. You want to leave? Emperor God Zhongang's eyes flashed with a cold light. The chains tied to his body quietly swam out, wanting to capture Taoist Duo Bao. However, when Taoist Duo Bao walked out of the 2nd floor, he strangely disappeared, as if he had never appeared. That old fox, as expected, he had a trick up his sleeve. Yes. In fact, even Lin Ling secretly made a move, but in the end, he still failed. When Taoist Duo Bao stood up, he immediately used the Stairs of Wisdom to seal the entire 2nd floor. However, when he was about to do something, Taoist Duo Bao disappeared from Lin Ling's Stairs of Wisdom. Such a divine ability was beyond Lin Ling's expectations. He dared to come, as expected, he had a trick up his sleeve. Yes. Treasure God Nan Wufenyu said indifferently. Clearly, he had also secretly made a move, but he had also failed. All of you leave? Yes. Lin Ling chased away everyone on the 2nd floor, then told everyone about Taoist Duo Bao's secret transmission. That iron box actually recorded the world will's host body? Yes. Treasure God Nan Wufenyu and the others' expressions changed. Now that the host body had appeared, the 9 prefectures void would be shaken. Moreover, everyone knew that there were already 6 hosts, so there were only 4 left. Although no one knew who the 4 hosts were, everyone knew that among all the hosts, there would definitely be one that could decide the fate of the entire 9 prefectures void and even the entire era of gods. No wonder the Spirit Nation and the 9 prefectures void wanted to know who the host body was. It seems that the trip to the Ear Ox Cave is more troublesome than expected. Yes. Emperor God Zhang also said. Because it was related to the host body, there would definitely be many experts. Although it's a bit troublesome, we have to go to the Ear Ox Cave because there's a divine spring that can increase our strength. Yes. Lin Ling rubbed his forehead, suppressed the troublesome matter, and said, "That's right. After we became gods, our cultivation speed became very, very slow. In the end, other than our lack of comprehension of the Great Tao, there is another reason, which is that we don't have enough cultivation resources. The effect of cultivating with imperial crystals is very weak. Only the divine spring is useful, but even so, it's the divine spring. In order to cultivate, the amount required was also huge." Treasure God Nan Wufan nodded. He and God Emperor Zhang had long become gods, but they were unable to break through. It was because they did not have enough cultivation resources. It was obviously very difficult to gather enough cultivation resources in the Jiuzhou Void. It was only possible in the realm of the gods. In that case, let us prepare for our journey. Lin Ling stood up and led the group out of the restaurant. However, when they arrived at the first floor, Long Yang was already waiting there. "Lin Ling, I'll go with you." Long Yang looked at Lin Ling with a complicated expression, then gritted her teeth and said. She already knew that this trip to the realm of the gods would not be simple. It would be very dangerous to go alone. Therefore, if she could follow Lin Ling and the others, it would be much easier. But Lin Ling smiled at her and nodded. So straightforward? Seeing this, Long Yang could not help but be surprised. She thought that Lin Ling would take the opportunity to make some requests. Who knew that Lin Ling would agree without hesitation? What's there to be fussy about? Even if you go to the realm of the gods and get some opportunities, you might not be able to defeat me. Lin Ling shrugged indifferently and strode past Long Yang. Of course, there's another reason, which is that this trip is very dangerous. Even I can't guarantee anything, so it's better to have one more helper than one more enemy. Hearing this, Long Yang looked at Lin Ling's back as he left, and her expression became even more complicated. After leaving, Lin Ling first went to visit the third princess and Grandma Wendao. Of course, he also went to the martial god barracks to give everyone pointers on their cultivation. After that, he immediately left without stopping. After a long time, everyone appeared in the void of Lei Gong's main hall. They were all looking and listening to Lin Ling's information. Ji'er Ox Cave? The young Qilin frowned and suddenly recalled, that's the territory of the demon god Ox Demon. Then, he saw that Lin Ling was puzzled, so he explained, back then, the realm of the gods was full of demons. There were many ancient demons that even the gods and Buddhas did not dare to provoke. One of them was the head of the 7 saints, the Ox Demon. Although no one knows where the Ox Demon went, his descendants were not simple. They were all as powerful as the gods, and they were called the Ox Demon clan. The head of the 7 saints. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. Could it be the Ox Demon King, the demon god of the primordial era? Young Qilin, you were left behind from the era of the gods, so you must go. Then, Lin Ling looked at the young Qilin and said. But the young Qilin nodded. Lin Ling, I'll go too. Xing Yi said immediately. How about this, half of us will stay here, and the rest will follow us. After all, the Ji'er Ox Cave is also a land of treasures. You might be able to find your own fortuitous encounters there. Of course, those who stay at home don't have to worry. When we return, we will leave a portion of the treasures to you. But Lin Ling pondered and then made arrangements. We'll follow Lord Lei Gong's orders. Great leader, we'll do as you say. The people in Lei Gong's main hall and the God-Slayer Alliance replied in unison. The 2 of you will go as well. Gur will stay in the void. What do you think? Then Lin Ling looked at his wives and said, as Yu and Inuer were stronger, it was suitable for them to explore the Ji'er Ox Cave. After all, the two of them were only a little bit away from becoming gods. Although Xian Yuange was also very strong, her strength came from the many treasures she had. Her talent was not outstanding. But Xian Yuange nodded obediently. She did not want to be Lin Ling's burden when she went to the divine world. Don't worry. When you reach the peak of the martial god realm, I will bring you to the divine world. Yu and the rest have also reached the peak of the martial god realm. They can also try to become gods in the 9 prefectures. Lin Ling walked toward Xian Yuange and held Xian Yuange's hand. The latter nodded with a smile. Chapter 4369. All right, let's go. Lin Ling did not beat around the bush and gave the order to the group. After all, the experts from the Spirit Nation and Eugene had probably gone to the Ear Ox Cave. Hence, Lin Ling did not want to lag behind them. Of course, it was better for them to go first. After all, the Ear Ox Cave had the powerful demon bull. With them leading the way, Lin Ling and the rest would benefit from it. Soon, the group left the void. With the old man leading the way, Lin Ling and the rest flew towards the broken realm of the gods. The realm of the gods. Yu and the rest had never been to the realm of the gods. Hence, they were very curious about this legendary place. After a long time, fragments of land began to appear in front of them. They were scattered all over the void. Among them, a huge gate of gods sat there. It was majestic and majestic. The huge pillar of the gate was as huge as a mountain. Even from afar, they could see the swirling vortex in the gate. However, the vortex was still and not moving. It was very magical. Is that the gate of the gods? Yu and Yu couldn't help but exclaim in shock when they saw this. That's right. Lin Ling nodded. Although it was not his first time here, he was still shocked when he saw the majestic gate. He could imagine that in the past, there were countless divine soldiers and divine generals guarding this gate. The gods of the gods were like locusts, entering and leaving through this gate. It represented the glory of the realm of the gods in the past. Lord Lei Gong, there are people in front. At this time, a trial taker's voice came from behind. Lin Ling looked over and saw that there were many people gathered outside the gate of the gods. Because there is a time limit to entering the realm of the gods. Otherwise, the huge vortex in the gate will not transport you to the realm of the gods. You may be lost in the realm of the gods forever. Hence, those who want to enter have to wait. An old man explained to Lin Ling patiently. Lin Ling nodded and sped up. After a while, Lin Ling saw that the people waiting at the gate of the god world were from Eugene and the Titanic Crescent god. Among them, there were 2 familiar faces, 3 spirits, and Qing Mo. Lin Ling continued to search for them, but he couldn't find them. It was Luli Empress' turn. If Luli Empress was here, Lin Ling might have attacked her on the spot. Other than the 3 spirits and Qing Mo, there was another person that he was familiar with. He seemed to be a participant called He Qi. Back then in the Kaiyuan River, this person had also offended Lin Ling. And they were gathered outside the gates of the god realm, obviously waiting for the gates to open. Get out of my way. At this moment, a cold voice sounded from Lin Ling's side. Saint Yi took a large step forward and looked coldly at the group of people. Get out of my way? In front of the giant gates, a person frowned and sneered. They had been waiting here for 3 months and were about to enter the gate of the god realm. But now, someone was telling them to get out of the way? I'll give you a chance. Take back what you said and kneel down to apologize. If you do, I won't kill you. The person slowly turned around, but when he saw the group of experts coming from afar, his expression changed instantly. Lei Gong's Great Hall. He obviously didn't expect Lei Gong's Great Hall to tell him to get out of the way. Lin Ling. Everyone else's expression changed when they saw the experts coming from afar. 3 spirits and Qing Mo in particular had a look of panic in their eyes. Get out of my way. With Sheng Yi leading the way, his cold and indifferent voice drifted out once more, appearing incomparably domineering. Saint Yi, how arrogant. Among the crowd, a woman snorted. She was one of the 8 new gods, Luotian. She was almost killed by Qilin during the battle in the void. Why would Lei Gong's Great Hall suddenly want to go to the realm of gods? Didn't they disappear without a trace? Damn it, Lei Gong's Great Hall received the news so quickly. I'm afraid he's also going to the ox-holding cave. Behind the woman, the crowd was also discussing, but they didn't dare to move at all. Didn't you hear what I said? Get out of my way. Saint Guy shouted angrily again. 3 spirits and the others were standing in front of the realm of gods, ready to enter. There were many of them, and if they all went in one by one, there was no telling when it would be Lei Gong's turn. Therefore, Saint Guy wanted them to get out of the way and let Lei Gong's Great Hall enter first. Isn't Lei Gong's Great Hall too overbearing? We've been waiting for almost 3 months. Although they were afraid of Lei Gong's Great Hall, an old man gritted his teeth and said, "Slap him." However, just as he complained, a majestic voice sounded from behind. It was Lin Ling's voice. "Roger." Saint Guy was stunned at first, but then he was overjoyed. Because Eugene and the Titanic Crescent Gods people had forced Lei Gong to his death, Lei Gong's Great Hall had been holding a grudge against them. Now that Lin Ling had spoken, they naturally didn't have to hold back. Saint Guy rushed in front of the old man and slashed out with his blade. The old man was so frightened that he didn't dare to resist. Then, Saint Guy grabbed him and slapped him in the face. Slap, slap. The crisp sound of slapping echoed through the void. Luotian and the other experts gritted their teeth. This Lin Ling was too arrogant. Lin Ling, that's enough. Aren't you afraid that Eugene and the others will be angry with you for being so arrogant? Luotian was the strongest among them, and she was also one of the 8 new gods, so she spoke on behalf of everyone. Who do you think you are? Do you think you have the right to speak to Lord Lei Gong? However, Lin Ling, who wasn't far from Lin Ling, took a step forward and released a terrifying aura. If Lei Gong hadn't ordered the Great Hall of Lei Gong not to avenge him, Lin Ling would have already killed Luotian. Go back and tell Eugene that I, Lin Ling, am arrogant. If she doesn't like it, tell her to come find me personally. At this time, Lin Ling said indifferently. With that, he led everyone towards the Divine World's Great Hall. Scram. Along the way, the experts who were blocking the Divine World's Great Hall were all sent flying. Some of them were beaten black and blue, but they didn't dare to resist. They could only glare at Lin Ling and the others with anger. They felt that they had been humiliated, and it was a heavy humiliation. Lin Ling, we've waited for 3 months. Everything has a first-come first-served basis. Why don't you let us go in first? Luotian also felt humiliated, but she endured it and said through gritted teeth. Nonsense. Lin Ling looked at her with disdain and replied coldly. I have 3 divine springs here. If you let us go in first, these treasures will belong to you. How about it? Luotian gritted her teeth again, but she still didn't dare to go against Lin Ling, so she said in a low voice. With that, she waved her right hand and the 3 divine springs appeared in front of her. She pushed them towards Lin Ling. The divine springs were what Lin Ling valued the most. Chapter 4370. Sanwang Divine Spring, you're really generous. Lin Ling looked at Luo Shindao indifferently. He wasn't familiar with Luo Shindao, but he could sense that Luo Shindao was very powerful. As long as Hall Lei Gong is willing to accept it and the misunderstanding can be resolved, all of this will be worth it. After all, Lord Lei Gong knows that we were forced to do so. Luo Shindao immediately smiled when she saw that Lin Ling had relented. Lin Ling, I will also offer 2 holy springs. I hope that we can forget about our past grievances. Luo Shindao and Qing Mo quickly stepped out of the holy springs and said with smiles. A total of 7 holy springs floated towards Lin Ling. This was enough to show Luo Shindao's sincerity. After all, everyone knew how precious the holy springs were. Moreover, Luo Shindao and the rest were the 8 new deities. Even though they were humiliated by Lin Ling, they didn't dare to be angry. Instead, they offered treasures to build a friendship. This showed how humble they were. Forget about our past grievances? Lin Ling suddenly smiled and looked at Luo Shindao and the rest indifferently. Yes. Luo Shindao and the rest nodded. They thought that Lin Ling was tempted. However, at that moment, Lin Ling said calmly, everyone here, hand over 10 holy springs and we will forget about our past grievances. 10 holy springs per person? How could that be possible? After all, Even someone as powerful as Luo Shindao only had 3 holy springs. Moreover, it was the result of many years of accumulation. It was difficult for her to take out 10 holy springs, let alone 10 holy springs per person. If that was the case, they would have to hand over thousands of holy springs. Lin Ling, you are making a fool out of us. The faces of the 3 spirits instantly turned ugly, and so did the others, especially Luoshan. Her face was the coldest because she had already humbled herself. However, Lin Ling had ruthlessly trampled on her apology in front of so many people. So what if I am making a fool out of you? Lin Ling shrugged and gave Yang Qilin a look. Yang Qilin understood and pounced on Luo Shindao. Then screams were heard. Yang Qilin had grabbed Luo Shindao by the neck and they were kowtowing to Lin Ling in the void. As Luo Shindao was the one who had been grumbling, he had started with him. How overbearing! Seeing this, everyone gasped. However, they pursed their lips tightly and didn't dare to say a word. Even Luoshan was the same. Because she had a feeling that if she dared to speak nonsense, Lin Ling would also dare to attack her. Why aren't you speaking? When the young Qilin grabbed the 3 spirits to kowtow, it also gave them a few fierce slaps, causing them to feel dizzy and disoriented. The 3 spirits could not resist at all, and did not even dare to resist. Although he was also one of the 8 new gods, his strength was clearly no match for the young Qilin. Let's go! Lin Ling glanced at Luo Shindao and Luo Shindao. Then, he led the group to the gate of the god realm. Everyone lowered their heads and did not dare to block his path. After Lin Ling and the rest had passed, they looked at the people in Lei Gong's hall with complicated gazes. The new generation of thunder gods was even more domineering than the old generation of thunder gods. That was the only thought in their minds. Thunder had always been domineering and unruly. However, the thunder god had experienced too much back then and had long cultivated his character. Therefore, although he gave people the impression that he was majestic, he was not domineering. However, Lin Ling was different. He appeared to be unparalleled and domineering. Lin Ling, wait for us. Just as Lin Ling and the rest arrived at the gate of the god realm, a large number of people flew over from afar. Leading them was Cuihua. This group of people were the elites from the Kurishin. Cuihua Little South? Lin Ling's eyes wandered and could not help but smile. It really is Brother Lin Ling. Little South also smiled excitedly. Then, she led the Kurishin people to Lin Ling's side. Where are the Kurishin? Lin Ling looked at them from head to toe and asked. Grandpa Kurishin has already gone in. Hearing this, Cuihua immediately said. Lin Ling nodded. It seemed that the treasure in the ear-holding ox cave must be extraordinary. Otherwise, that old man who only knew how to smoke would never make a move. All right, Grandpa Kurishin asked us to apologize on your behalf. Cuihua suddenly thought of something and quickly bowed to Lin Ling and the rest. She was talking about Lei Gong's death. At that time, the Kurishin did not come to help. It's okay. If Lord Lei Gong was here, he would know your painstaking efforts. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. He had a feeling that even if Lei Gong was still alive, he would not want the Kurishin to help. Because at that time, Lei Gong could not face the Kurishin. After all, Lei Gong and the Kurishin had the same mission and goal, which was to attack the will of the world. And this was no longer a matter of personal friendship. It was a matter of their standpoints. During the few days when Lord Lei Gong died, Grandpa Kurishin was in a bad mood. I saw him cry. Seeing that Lin Ling did not care, Cuihua and the rest said in low spirits. This also let Lin Ling know that the Kurishin and Lord Lei Gong had a deep friendship. Perhaps the Kurishin's grief was no less than theirs after Lei Gong's death. Rumble. At this moment, the gate of the realm of God in front of them rumbled. Then, the originally still whirlpool finally began to rotate slowly. Lord Lei Gong, the whirlpool has risen. After entering the whirlpool, we will reach the realm of God. An old man behind him immediately reminded. Lin Ling nodded and took a big step forward. He took the lead and shot into the gate of the realm of God. Seeing the people in Lei Gong's hall rushing into the gate of the realm of God, Luoshan and the rest in the distance were envious. They wanted to get closer to the gate of the realm of God, but when they thought of Lin Ling's tyranny, they held back in the end. After all, Lei Gong had Lei Gong's prestige. How could he enter the gate of the realm of God at the same time as others? Therefore, if they dared to barge in, they would definitely end up in a miserable state. When Lin Ling and the rest disappeared one after another, the whirlpool of the gate of the realm of God suddenly stopped. Obviously, entering the gate of the realm of God this time might not be entering the realm of God. This also meant that they had missed this opportunity again. Bastard! Seeing this, everyone could not help but curse angrily. They had waited for a full 3 months. It was not easy to wait, but it was snatched away by Lin Ling. Now, they obviously had to wait for another 3 months. This Lin Ling. Thinking of this, everyone felt so depressed that they wanted to vomit blood, but there was no way to vent it. Rumble. Looking at Lin Ling and the rest, they passed through the whirlpool of the realm of God in the ancient forest. In Lin Ling's mind, the mysterious scene that he saw when he first walked through the gate of the realm of God appeared again in a hazy state. However, it disappeared quickly this time. When Lin Ling appeared, an ancient divine wind spread out. However, when it reached Lin Ling's surroundings, it was immediately blocked by divine origin. Compared to the last time, Lin Ling did not feel any pressure this time. It seemed that only with divine origin could one not bear the pressure in the realm of God. Looking at Yu and the rest, because they had not stepped into the realm of God, they immediately felt a strong pressure coming at them. Chapter 4371. Go and find the sealed God circle first. Yes. Lin Ling turned to Yu and the rest, and let the people from Lei Gong's palace follow them. Lin Ling planned to bring Nan Wufengyu and the rest to scout the way first. The Ear Ox Cave is no small matter. We will go and find that secret realm first. After you all become gods, follow the map to find us. Yes. Lin Ling also showed the map of the Ear Ox Cave to everyone. After everyone nodded, they immediately brought Yu and the rest to the distance. With the southern heavenly gate as the starting point, fly towards the south. Yes. Lin Ling and Nan Wufengyu were paying attention to the map. Fortunately, although the divine world was broken, the southern heavenly gate still existed and could be used as a reference. Otherwise, looking for the Ear Ox Cave in this vast divine world would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Behind Lin Ling, other than Nan Wufengyu and the rest, there was only Longyang left. As for Little South and the rest, they volunteered to help Yu and the rest. It seemed that Lei Gong's death made them feel very guilty, so they also wanted to help Lei Gong's palace to make up for it. Everyone followed the map and passed through the divine world, passing through the broken divine mountains and ancient ruins. GG. A strong sense of danger quietly enveloped everyone, causing their faces to change and their speed to increase by a bit. This divine world is really full of danger. Yes. Everyone was secretly cautious. The danger from before was too terrifying, and they didn't know how to face it. Yes. A painful moaning sound came from afar. It seemed that someone had appeared in a desolate sand dune, but the sound quickly disappeared. It should be an expert from the 9 prefectures. Yes. Lin Ling calmly said. His soul force was strong, so he naturally sensed that something strange had happened there. A completely black thing seemed to have swallowed a lower god. What a strange thing, like a shadow, and its attack is very terrifying. It can actually rush into a martial artist's dantian and swallow the dantian without fear of divine origin. Treasure god Nan Wufengyu was powerful, and he also sensed it. It looks like a dark spirit. Zhang Gang God Lord frowned and said, he seemed to have seen such a strange thing before. Dark spirit? Lin Ling's expression greatly changed after hearing this. Nan Wufengyu saw that Lin Ling seemed to know about black essence and couldn't help but look at Lin Ling. Black essence is a product of heaven and earth. It is an excellent material for forging treasures and setting up barriers. It can be divided into 100,000-year-old black essence, 300,000-year-old black essence, 500,000-year-old black essence, and 1,000,000-year-old black essence. However, a 1,000,000-year-old black essence is incomparably precious. Lin Ling had obtained the barrier inheritance from the inheritance treasure of God, so he was very familiar with black goblins. Moreover, not only could this type of dark essence be used to forge treasures, it could also be used for cultivation. Its effect was not much worse than the divine spring. If the dark essence was more than 500,000 years old, its effect would be even better than the divine spring. However, dark essence had a spirit and was very difficult to refine. The man before was killed by the dark goblin, right? Behind him, Cui Hua also said with a face full of fear. That's right, let's leave immediately. Don't let the dark goblins target us. Lin Ling immediately led everyone forward. At the same time, he secretly rejoiced that the dark goblin before was not targeting them. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. Lin Ling, is the dark goblin so scary? Seeing Lin Ling anxiously leaving, the giant ghost asked curiously. In fact, the dark goblin is not scary. What is scary is that it likes to hide in the dark. Once it has its eyes on you, unless something strange happens, it will never give up on you. It will attack you at any time. If it enters your dantian, unless you can attack it before it swallows your dantian, kill it or wait for your death. So scary? This dark goblin should be very strong. It's not that strong, but it never confronts you directly. If you retreat, it will escape. If you leave, it will follow. It is like a fly, chasing after you relentlessly. Hearing Lin Ling's explanation, everyone secretly broke out in cold sweat. The things in the realm of gods were really scary. Think about it, hiding in the dark and having an assassin following you at any time, taking advantage of your carelessness to launch a sneak attack, that was definitely a nightmare. As Lin Ling led everyone forward, he also transmitted a message to Yu Yu and the others, telling them to be careful when they come over and not to walk near the continent. Almost there. After a long time, Lin Ling looked at the map, and his eyes lit up. An ancient continent began to quietly appear in front of them. This continent was very mysterious. Most of it was hidden in pitch-black clouds, making it impossible for people to see everything under the clouds. Because of this, no one could clearly see how big this continent was. They could only vaguely see the peak of an ancient mountain, looming. What a dense devil chi! Treasure god Nanhua Fengyu immediately said. Faintly, in the vast continent, he could hear the sound of cows. Taoist Master Duo Bao said that this continent was taken away by the head of the seven saints with a supreme divine ability. It returned to the realm of gods after millions of years. Now, the seal of the Ear Cow Cave is still there, but it will be unsealed soon. Lin Ling stared ahead and discovered that there were two huge divine mountains in front of him. There was a small path in between the divine mountains that seemed to lead to the inside of the Ji Air Ox Cave. However, the path was shrouded in fog and looked very mysterious. It seemed to still be in a sealed state. In front of the path, there was a stone board with a radius of 100 meters hanging on the cliff. Looking carefully, it seemed to be a chessboard. However, there were many people gathered in front of the chessboard. They were all staring at the chessboard, as if thinking about something. It seems that many people have entered the Ear Cow Cave, and those people should also want to enter. Treasure god Nanhua Fengyu also stared at the group of people, but discovered that many of them were extremely unfamiliar. However, there were many people in the group who were incomparably powerful, having the strength of a mid-stage lower god. Who are these people? They look unfamiliar. Lin Ling was also secretly surprised because other than the people who had met the four great gods, there were many people he was unfamiliar with. However, the man and woman he had met in Qingzhou were also there at the moment. They were both looking at the chessboard on the cliff. Go down. After that, Lin Ling did not linger. He led the group down and slowly walked towards the cliff. More people are coming. Seeing Lin Ling and the rest arrive, many people turned to look with surprise in their eyes. They are people from the Great Hall of Lei Gong. The person in the lead is Lei Gong. Someone said solemnly. Obviously, he was one of the four great gods. Great Hall of Lei Gong. Some unfamiliar people also looked at Lin Ling. Obviously, they had heard of the Great Hall of Lei Gong. Didn't Lei Gong fall? That is the new Lei Gong. A young man wearing a scholar's robe with his hands behind his back said indifferently. Chapter 4372. It was obvious that these people were from the Dragon Clan. Let's hope that the Great Hall of Lei Gong has countless experts as well. If that's the case, we'll be able to enter the cave. Suddenly, the young man who was dressed like a scholar yet seemed very divine smiled as he spoke. Every single move he made carried the tune of the Grand Tao, and it was extremely composed. Sacred Progenitor, Eugene, Curishin, and Titanic Crescent God have all entered the cave. If we can't break the Great Tao Cloud Pattern Disc, we'll have to stay outside the cave forever. Yes. Next to him, an old man respectfully spoke to the youth. It's fine. With so many experts here, if we work together, we'll have a chance to enter. I'm just afraid that some of these famous experts have undeserved reputation. Yes. The youth called Sacred Progenitor laughed and looked at the experts present. Of course, there weren't many who could catch his attention. There was one in the Great Hall of Lei Gong, one in the Dragon Clan, and one in the golden green python robe. There were 3 people in total. These 3 people clearly represented the 3 great factions, the 3 great emperor-level powerhouses. Great Hall of Lei Gong, you must have just arrived. Yes. After pondering for a moment, the young man called Sacred Generation Primogenitor smiled and looked at Lin Ling. That's right. Yes. Although Lin Ling was unfamiliar with this person, he could sense that this person had an extraordinary aura, so he nodded. Since you've just arrived, you must not know about the Great Tao Cloud Pattern Disc. If you can't open the Great Tao Cloud Pattern Disc, it'll be very difficult to enter the cave. Unfortunately, we're not lucky enough to follow Eugene and the others in, so we can only open the Great Tao Cloud Pattern Disc ourselves. After all, Eugene and the others are lower god realm experts. Only with the help of late-stage lower god experts could open the Great Tao Cloud Pattern Disc. The Sacred Progenitor smiled faintly. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. From the Sacred Progenitor's tone, it seemed like he didn't care about Eugene and the others. What was his background? Could it be an expert from the Spirit Nation? Lin Ling shook his head inwardly. After the investiture of the gods in the 9 prefectures, all kinds of dragon ghosts and serpent gods appeared. Presumably, that young man also rose up after the investiture of the gods in the 9 prefectures. Or perhaps, he came from an even more ancient divine sect. After that, Lin Ling pondered for a moment and guessed, "You mean, we should cooperate?" Not bad. The primogenitor nodded. If you want to open the Great Tao Cloud Pattern Disc, not only do you need great strength, but you also need to have a deep understanding of the Great Tao. There aren't many people here with such strength. Your Lei Gong Hall barely qualifies. Although he spoke politely, there was a hint of contempt in his words. It was as if he was saying that if it wasn't for the fact that he wasn't strong enough, the Lei Gong Palace wouldn't have had the chance to cooperate with him. Sure, but I hope that you won't be a burden to His Highness Lei Gong. Lin Ling nodded and agreed, but there was a hint of contempt in his words. Interesting. Let's wait and see. The primogenitor smiled and looked at the other 2 emperors with a questioning look in his eyes. Sure. The Dragon Tribe youth nodded. I agree too. The man in the golden green robe also nodded. Count us in. At this time, a voice suddenly sounded. It was the man and woman that Lin Ling had fought in the 8 God Sky Palace. However, their aura was mysterious and no one could tell how strong they were. Therefore, not many people paid attention to them at first. After all, those who could appear here were all strong people. Unless you were very famous, others wouldn't recognize you at all. Do you have the qualifications? Seeing this, the Dragon Tribe youth squinted his eyes and looked over. I think they have the qualifications. However, before the man and woman spoke, Lin Ling spoke up for them. Because only Lin Ling and the others knew how strong the man and woman were. Alright, since Lei Gong has spoken up for them, I think they have the qualifications. The Dragon Tribe youth nodded and did not stop them. The man and woman looked at Lin Ling with a strange smile. Their appearances had changed, and they were completely different from when they were in the 8 God Sky Palace. However, Lin Ling could still recognize them through their aura. If he remembered correctly, the man was called the Underworld's Soul Sealer. As for the woman, she seemed to be from the underworld's south tomb. All right, those who decided to contribute, you can bring your people in. As for those who didn't contribute, I'm very sorry. If the Great Way Cloud pattern plate is opened later, because you didn't contribute, you can't go in. At this time, the primogenitor said calmly, "What gives you the right?" Hearing this, someone immediately said unwillingly. This person was from the Titanic Crescent God's side. Because of this, the primogenitor smiled and waved his right hand. In the void, 9 stars aligned and turned into a sacred brush that fell into the primogenitor's hand. He gently drew it. Endless divine power spread out and enveloped that person's body, causing his body to become illusory. What's going on? The person looked at his illusory body and his expression changed drastically. Most importantly, after being illusory, he could not use any techniques. In the end, he became completely transparent, and only a vague outline could be seen before he disappeared without a trace. He's dead. Looking at the expert who was gradually disappearing, everyone's hearts thumped wildly. Because, for better or for worse, that was a lesser god, but he was killed so easily. They could not help but look at the primogenitor. Although they already knew that he was extraordinary, after seeing it with their own eyes, they realized the gap between them. What powerful divine energy, a total of 8,000. Lin Ling was shocked. He had a feeling that this person was not using his full strength. Divine fetus in the 9th grade. Treasure God Nanwafenyu said calmly, "This strength is almost on par with mine." Lin Ling nodded. As expected, experts were as common as clouds. Now let's begin. Who wants to go first? At this time, the progenitor also stared at the huge chessboard on the cliff and said, "This grand Tao cloud pattern board has the positions of the 5 chi stars. Only when one of the 5 stars is not dim can the other stars be opened at the same time. Then, the path to the Ear Ox Cave will be opened. As for us, there are 5 Emperor-level experts. Each of us will open 1 star. How about it? Moreover, I'll be at a disadvantage because I'll be the last to open the star position. After all, the further we go, the more star positions will be opened, and the more difficult it will be." Hearing this, everyone nodded. The first person to open their chi was undoubtedly the easiest. Chapter 4373. Rumble. However, a huge golden python suddenly slithered out from among the primordial divine beasts. It swept across all the primordial divine beasts, and even the dragons were forcefully killed by the python. As expected of Emperor God Golden Python. The sacred generation primogenitor seemed to be aware of the man's background, which was why he exclaimed in admiration. The man's face was cold. He suddenly slammed his right hand on the chessboard and landed on the eastern star position. Instantly, a wave of energy spread out and enveloped the great Tao cloud pattern chessboard like water vapor. Gradually, a ray of starlight appeared in the eastern direction. At first, the starlight was very dim, as if it would be extinguished at any time. However, the man roared. His head was a mix of human and snake. He spat out a powerful force in the direction of the starlight. That was 9,000 units of divine energy. The divine energy was like dry wood burning in a raging fire, causing the starlight to become even brighter. "Your Majesty, I'll help you." When the few people behind him saw that the man seemed to be struggling, they immediately urged all their divine energy to surge into the starlight. These people were all early-stage low gods, but because they had been cultivating for a very long time, they were all very powerful. With their help, the starlight in the eastern direction not only became brighter, but also a little dazzling. Done. After an unknown period of time, the man took a step back. Looking closely, his forehead was covered in sweat. Clearly, the process of opening the star position was not easy. This star position is really difficult. This is nothing because this is only the first ray of starlight. The next ones will be even harder. I wonder if the rest of the factions will succeed. That golden python man is very strong, and the people he brought are not weak either. Everyone was discussing spiritedly. They all wanted to see who would be the second. "You guys go first." The sacred generation primogenitor also smiled confidently, which made many people admire him. Me. At this time, the young man from the dragon race walked out. Then his body trembled, and he transformed into a giant golden dragon. Endless light scattered from the dragon's body, making the originally dark void look like a meteor shower. Radiant golden dragon, the supreme bloodline of the dragon race. Seeing this, the primogenitor could not help but exclaim, "Radiant golden dragon?" Everyone was shocked. As expected, there were many experts here. Mid-stage lower god strength. A powerhouse from Yushin mumbled to himself. The giant radiant golden dragon was hovering in front of the cliff, as if it was looking for something. Looking at the cliff, it was hazy and blocked everything. Only a faint ray of starlight could be seen. Of course, as time passed, the starlight seemed to be dimming. If you want to find the second star position, you need to understand the Tao. The sacred generation primogenitor said, "I said that the difficulty of opening the second star is doubled. It's fine if you fail. At worst, we can wait for more powerful experts to come. However, the dragon race will lose face because of you." Even though he was reminding him, his words carried a sense of superiority. Up in the sky, the bright golden dragon roared furiously. It seemed that it did not want to lose face and burst forth with full power. Boundless light appeared, illuminating a corner of the world. Above the void, a solar storm arrived. The scorching heat and golden light shrouded the sky above the Ox cave. It illuminated the rolling demonic clouds. In the next moment, countless roars sounded under the demonic clouds. Clearly, the demonic gods in the Ox cave had noticed the solar storm. Even the experts in the Ox cave looked up at the sky, knowing that another expert wanted to enter the Ox cave. Dragons roar. At this moment, the radiant golden dragon in front of the cliff spat out a ray of light, blowing away the chi in front of the cliff. Then, a dazzling ray of light landed on the great Tao cloud pattern disk. Clearly, he had found the second star position. However, as he had spent too much energy searching for the starlight, he did not have enough energy to light it up. "Let me help you." At this moment, several dragons soared into the sky. They all had the purest dragon god bloodline. They opened their mouths and spat out dragon pearls, which fused into the dazzling golden light. Then the dim starlight became brighter and brighter. The second star position is indeed difficult to find. Fortunately, there are many experts in the dragon tribe. Otherwise, they would have failed. If they failed, not being able to enter is a small matter, but embarrassing the dragon tribe is a big deal. The second star position is already so difficult. It's hard to imagine how difficult the next one will be. The crowd was in an uproar, admiring the strength of such an expert. After a long while, the dragons landed. They wiped off their sweat with proud looks on their faces, especially the young man who was transformed from the light golden dragon. He even swept his proud gaze over everyone. "Dragon tribe, I've succeeded," he said calmly. "I hope you won't disappoint me too much in the next 3-star positions." Now that he had succeeded, he had the right to say that. Moreover, if someone failed, he would definitely kick them while they were down and mock them. The more stars there are, the greater the pressure will be. Not to mention finding those star positions, even lighting up those star positions will be twice as difficult. Let me do the 3rd star position. At this moment, the Nether Realm Demon Sealer walked out and chanted a complicated incantation. Under his incantation, the sky rumbled incessantly. Next, a huge bronze door slowly opened. When the bronze door was wide enough for one person to enter, an ancient scroll floated out. It grew bigger and bigger, sealing the entire great Tao cloud pattern disk. It's a seal left behind by a medium god. The Nether Realm Demon Sealer muttered to himself. From his expression, it seemed that it was very difficult for him to open the bronze door. "Found it!" Suddenly he shouted. Then he pointed with his finger and shouted, "Open the Nether Gate, life and death." The finger seemed ordinary, but it had the power to point at life and death and reverse time. With the help of the ancient scroll, he easily found the star position. Therefore, after he pointed, the 3rd star light lit up, shocking everyone. That was because the speed at which he found the star position was too fast. The aura of the nether realm. The eyes of the saint progenitor and the radiant golden dragon flashed. They finally knew the origin of this person, and he was much stronger than they had imagined. I'll help you. To light up the third star, the power required was obviously several times greater. Therefore, the black-robed woman also stepped forward to help. Chapter 4374. With the woman's help, the third ray of starlight became brighter and brighter. In the end, it completely lit up the great Tao cloud pattern plate. Looking closely, there were 3 rays of starlight on the chessboard, as though they represented the 3 godly emperors. Lei Gong Hall, it's your turn. Ah. The saint progenitor smiled and looked at Lin Ling. The Lei Gong Hall he was talking about was not only Lin Ling, but also the entire Lei Gong Hall. After all, it was impossible for one person to light up the later rays of starlight. Even Emperor God Golden Python needed the help of others to light up the first ray of starlight. This saint progenitor is so confident. He's letting others light up the starlight first. Ah! Everyone was shocked by the saint progenitor's boldness. However, when they thought of his strength and mysterious background, they felt that it was normal. No need. You go first. Ah! However, at this moment, Lin Lin also spoke on behalf of the Thunder God Palace. What? Ah! Everyone was shocked by Lin Ling's words, including the Light Golden Dragon and Emperor God Golden Python. They all knew that the saint progenitor was stronger than all of them. Therefore, it was normal for him to let others go first. However, the Lei Gong Hall did not want others to let others go first? Are you kidding? Ah! The saint progenitor was also shocked. If it was the previous Lei Gong, he naturally would not let others go first. However, this was the new Lei Gong. He did not seem to have the qualifications to do so. Such a small great Tao cloud pattern plate is not difficult for our Lei Gong Hall. Therefore, leave the most difficult one to our Lei Gong Hall. Of course, if you insist on leaving it to the end, we don't mind. After all, it's just for fun. Lin Ling nodded and said calmly, just for fun? Many people stuck out their tongues when they heard Lin Ling's arrogant words. They had seen how hard the various experts worked in order to light up the starlight. It could be said that they used all their strength. Where did this guy come from? He doesn't even have a draft for bragging. The man called God Emperor Jin Mang sneered in disdain. He didn't know Lin Ling, so he naturally felt that Lin Ling was too arrogant to recognize himself. Interesting. Good, then I'll accept your offer. The Saint Generation primogenitor laughed loudly and decided to attack. Because Lei Gong was so arrogant, it would be fun if he failed. He drifted away, his long robes fluttering, and his entire being began to fade away. In an instant, countless starlight appeared in his body and floated above the void. The void was also filled with specks of starlight. It was like the Milky Way and an astrolabe. The primogenitor is comprehending the great Tao. Someone said solemnly, "What a powerful technique, he actually transformed into the void." Crash. At this moment, the starlight in the sky turned and swam like fish, forming constellations. It was as if the Milky Way was pouring down and shining on the ground. This made people raise their heads and look at the sky in disbelief. The constellations that were constantly moving seemed to have a spirit. Every star seemed to represent a void and endless life. Among those stars, people could feel the might of the great Tao. Buzz. At this moment, an ancient buzzing sound suddenly came from the sky. Then, everyone saw that the endless stars in the sky began to circle around each other. At first, it was very slow, but it gradually sped up. In the end, it turned into a huge starry whirlpool, and all the stars were sucked into it. Into the whirlpool, they swam to the end and appeared at the starting point again. It was a cycle. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the whirlpool sped up, the buzzing sound came out continuously. It was as if the first life of the void was being born. It was as if the whirlpool was sucking all life into it. People raised their heads and could only see the majestic whirlpool. It was so huge that it occupied the entire sky. This caused everyone to feel dazzled and confused. God's steps. Lin Ling also looked at the sky and instantly found something. And it's not a weak God step. He should be using the God steps to comprehend the great Tao and find the fourth star. Treasure God Nan Wufenyu said solemnly. This mysterious youth called the sacred progenitor was indeed very strong. Boom! At this moment, the astral maelstrom in the air exploded, causing boundless astral light to cascade down. After that, the entire space dimmed as a figure slowly appeared. He was none other than the sage primogenitor. In addition, he looked extremely ordinary with his hands clasped behind his back. He was clad in a long robe. His robe swayed slightly, but this ordinariness gave people a feeling of returning to simplicity. Brush, come. He muttered to himself and waved his right hand in the sky. Then, a bamboo brush floated down and landed in the sacred progenitor's hand. Brush drops shocking wind and rain. The sacred progenitor let out a calm voice. However, when it landed in people's ears, it was like a divine prophecy. Everything was so illusory yet so real. The brush in his hand gently wrote 4 large words. Worship as a god. After these 4 words came out, a terrifying power and pressure erupted. Everyone on the ground found it difficult to breathe. Even the golden dragon of the dragon race felt as if he was carrying a mountain. Such power! Just from this move alone, they knew that the sacred progenitor was stronger than them. The words, worship like a god, floated out and landed on the grand Tao cloud pattern disk. All of the energy was blown away, and the 3 stars that were lit up before could be clearly seen. However, the 4th star also instantly appeared, and it became even more dazzling. The sacred progenitor found the star so quickly. What a great stroke! Heroic! Everyone exclaimed in admiration. At present, it was easiest for the primogenitor to open the star position. It was as easy as blowing off dust. No wonder he let someone open the star position first. However, as the star grew brighter and brighter, the progenitor didn't stop. He waved his brush, and waves of godly power landed on the star, making it even more dazzling than the previous 3 rays of starlight. Progenitor, we're here to help you. On the ground, some people dressed in similar attire as the primogenitors also urged their godly power and poured it into the starlight. Rumble. As a result, the huge chessboard on the cliff also shook. Endless light bloomed. This sacred progenitor is tricking us. This change made Lin Ling's eyes flash. He somewhat understood the sacred progenitor's intention. This person was constantly lighting up the star. When the Lei Gong Palace lit up the star, the difficulty would increase by several times. Chapter 4375. Lin Ling suddenly floated up. With a loud roar, the steps of wisdom turned into a rolling river, enveloping the great Tao cloud pattern plate. Since the Saint Progenitor dared to underestimate the Lei Gong Hall, he would let the latter know the power of the Lei Gong Hall. What? Seeing Lin Ling float up, everyone was shocked. Because Lin Ling wanted to light up 2 stars at the same time. This guy is crazy. Yeah, this way, the difficulty will be increased by 10 times. The dragon race and the underworld demon sealer said with a solemn expression. The Lei Gong Hall, can you do it? At this moment, the Saint Progenitor also looked at Lin Ling. Although he was shocked, his fighting spirit was also aroused by the Lei Gong Hall. This was because, under the leadership of the previous generation of Thunder Gods, he still thought that the Thunder God Great Hall was very impressive. However, this new Thunder God, from the very beginning, he did not take it to heart. However, Lin Ling just smiled and did not say anything. Rumble. At this moment, the great Tao cloud pattern plate on the cliff was still shaking, and the sound was deafening. Lin Ling, are you looking for the 5th star? Yes. Many people narrowed their eyes. Because Lin Ling and the Saint Progenitor had lit up 2 stars together, the last star was undoubtedly the hardest to find. However, they did not know that Lin Ling was also using the steps of wisdom. Moreover, his steps of God were several times stronger than the Saint Progenitor's. Therefore, when it was sealed in the great Tao cloud pattern plate, Lin Ling also seemed to be controlling the entire great Tao cloud pattern plate. He had noticed before that in order to find the star, he had to comprehend the great Tao. However, The steps of wisdom had such an effect. Even the steps of God had such an effect. Even the underworld demon sealer's opening of the bronze gate and the sacred generation primogenitor's starry sky explosion had been used to comprehend the great Tao through the divine steps. And Lin Ling's soul force was the strongest. His stare of wisdom was more terrifying than everyone's stare of God. It was just that it didn't have any attack power, but in terms of sealing power, no one here could compare to him. The fifth star position isn't that easy to find. At this moment, the sacred generation primogenitor also sensed that there was a mysterious power spitting out from the great Tao cloud pattern disk. However, he still didn't care about it. On the contrary, he quietly activated his divine power and ordered the people under the curtain to light up the starlight with all their might. At that time, he would like to see how Lin Ling would light up the fifth starlight. Clearly, his arrogance had been aroused. He would rather not enter the Ji-Urok's cave for the time being. That way, he would trample the great hall of Lei Gong under his feet. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a dim starlight appeared on the great path cloud pattern plate that was more than 100 meters wide. The fifth starlight has appeared, someone exclaimed. Then, the crowd went into an uproar. This was because Lin Ling's speed of finding the fifth starlight was faster than anyone else. One had to know that Lin Ling was currently the fifth starlight. It was already difficult to find it, but he had done it together with the sacred generation primogenite. This was even more difficult. However, Lin Ling had succeeded. Not only did this guy's strength increase, he even hit a trick in the last battle with me. That trick should be the stare of God. The underworld demon sealer said with a serious expression. He knew that he had underestimated Lin Ling. As for the sacred generation primogenitor, his expression changed. He was shocked that Lin Ling had found the star position so quickly. However, he couldn't care less now. He increased his strength and lit up the starlight. This was because Lin Ling had found the star position. This was something that couldn't be changed. Therefore, the only thing he could do was light up the starlight and become the most dazzling of the 5 stars. The third stage. At this moment in the sky, after Lin Ling found the position of the star, he let out a low roar. His gray robe appeared and he slapped it out. It seemed like a simple action, but it carried a violent might of the great path. It landed on the position of the star, causing the originally dim position of the star to suddenly become dazzling. It was changing at a crazy speed towards the blazing sun. So powerful! This Lei Gong only used his strength alone to make the star position so dazzling. I'm afraid his strength isn't weak at all. People were shocked again. Experts of the Dragon Clan like the Radiant Golden Dragon didn't dare to underestimate Lin Ling. Now they felt that Lin Ling was a great enemy. Divine power at least above 5,000. However, his divine origin is terrifying. It's like a torrential river. Moreover, it also carries other forces. It seems to be physical strength. The sacred generation primogenitor's eyes flashed. He didn't expect this new generation of Lei Gong to be so strong. Although Lin Ling's divine energy couldn't compare to his, and his cultivation was even lower than his, Lin Ling's divine energy was so abundant that it didn't seem to be much weaker than his, a mid-stage low god. Most importantly, Lin Ling had a domain that was stronger than his, and that was his physical strength. Reversal of the long river. The sacred generation primogenitor shouted and waved his brush. 2 streams of starlight shone down from the sky and landed on the tip of his brush. The brush was dazzling, and it was as if a river of time had appeared. It was unstoppable. Rumble. When this force landed on the great path cloud pattern chessboard, the huge chessboard shook a little and the force was reflected back. This caused the people near the cliff to feel as if they were washed by a flood and couldn't help but retreat. Primonid, could he be the legendary brush god? Legend has it that in ancient times, a god was rushing to take an exam at night. Along the way, he encountered a white fox. Later, he fell in love with the white fox. Using the white fox, the scholar entered the great path and became a god. With a single brush, he could write the entire world, a magnificent army, and the endless great path. I'm afraid this group of people is related to that bloodline. The underworld devil sealer whispered to the woman next to him. Primogenitor, We will help you. At this time, the people brought by the sacred generation primogenitor also had brushes in their hands. They wrote down the endless great path under the sky. Taking a closer look, countless heavenly words surged towards the great path cloud pattern plate, making the light of the fourth star seem to represent the entire great path cloud pattern plate. Looking at the starlight that represented the Thunder God Hall, it was now completely covered, just like the previous 3 starlights. The sacred generation primogenitor wants the 5th star. It was not difficult to guess the sacred generation primogenitor's thoughts. He was obviously competing with Lei Gong's hall. However, the sacred generation primogenitor was clearly related to the Age of Gods, and even came from the Great Desolate Era. As for Lei Gong's hall, it was naturally incomparable. What do you think of Lei Gong's hall? At this moment, the sacred generation primogenitor smiled faintly. He had his hands behind his back, and he held a brush in his hand. He looked like a god from the Age of Gods. What he meant was that Lei Gong's hall should be given up. Because only Lei Gong's hall was given up, he would withdraw, and the Great Path Cloud pattern board would be completely opened. Young Qilin. However, at this moment, Lin Ling also shouted in a low voice. In mid-air, an ancient cyan Qilin appeared. Its 4 limbs were like mountains, and its mane was fluttering in the wind. It was as if it had come from the prehistoric era. The moment it appeared, the experts of the Dragon Clan were all trembling. They could feel a terrifying pressure coming from it, making their bodies tremble. Chapter 4376. This meant that the Qilin's bloodline was above theirs. Roar! The green Qilin opened its mouth and spat out a green pearl that landed on the great Tao cloud pattern plate. The heavenly sutras that were inscribed by the sage generation primogenitors were blown away, causing popping sounds to ring out. At the same time, the star that represented the Thunderlord Hall began to shine brightly. What? The primogenitor's expression changed. There was such a powerful expert in Lei Gong's hall? Grandpa Treasure God! Lin Ling shouted. He knew that the primogenitor looked down on their Lei Gong's hall. Now, it was time to tell him that Lei Gong's hall was not to be humiliated. Rumble! Nanwafenyu Treasure God floated up and unleashed a punch. The wind and rain came as if it came from the divine world. The devilish clouds above the Ji-Er Ox Cave were blown away as well. Late stage lower god. Seeing this, the primogenitor's eyes narrowed. Looking at the great Tao cloud pattern plate, the star representing Lei Gong's hall became even more dazzling. It surpassed the primogenitor's star. Let me! But this wasn't the end. Steel Slayer God also made his move. A chain shot out and turned into a complex pattern in the air. The chain was pitch black and carried an imposing aura. Boom! When the chain landed on the star representing Lei Gong's hall, the power of the god's stairway erupted. The star representing Lei Gong's hall occupied the entire great Tao cloud pattern plate. This was the reversal of the host's position. Such a change shocked everyone present. The Dragon Clan's people and the Underworld's demon sealer narrowed their eyes. They knew that this group's strength couldn't be underestimated. Our Lei Gong's hall is the 5th star. The 5th star is the 5th star. No star can surpass me. However, this wasn't the end because the giant ghost was about to attack. He held the 8-god stone tablet with both hands and threw it out. When it hit the Tao cloud pattern disk, the entire cliff trembled. The 5th ray of starlight reached 10,000 kilometers away. Even Yu and the rest, who were rushing over from afar, sped up when they saw the blinding light. We only sent out 6 people. At this time, Lin Ling also spoke, calmly looking at the sacred ancestor. The sacred ancestor's expression was ugly, and the pen in his hand had clearly stopped. This was because he couldn't fight against the entire Lei Gong Hall. No, this wasn't even the entire Lei Gong Hall. It was just the 6 people who represented Lei Gong Hall. Gods and ghosts weep when the sword is drawn. After Lin Ling finished speaking, the tyrannical song sword appeared in his hand and he slashed out. With this strike, the sea of blood roared, killing intent surging into the heavens, as if it was going to break through the river of time, sun, moon, and stars. Nothing could stop that roiling sea of blood, as if it was going to destroy the world. Voila! The sea of blood crashed into the great Tao cloud pattern disk, and cracks began to appear on the cliff. The fifth ray of starlight soared into the sky, illuminating this part of the divine realm. That ray of light was so dazzling that even the people from the Ear Ox Cave saw it. Their expressions were solemn, and they knew that another expert was about to enter this demonic world. Gods and ghosts weep when the sword is drawn. Looking at the people in front of the cliff, they were all thinking about Lin Ling's words. The five of them opened the 5 chi stars, and each of them represented a divine gate. Among them, there was the dragon race's dragon roar, the underworld gate that could switch between life and death, and the brush stroke that could shock the world. However, the one who had the last laugh was the gods and ghosts weep when the sword was drawn. This result was clearly beyond everyone's expectations. It seemed that the Lei Gong Hall didn't need others to give in, and they indeed had the capital to be proud. Lei Gong Hall. In the sky, the sacred ancestor muttered to himself, and finally stopped attacking. He was willing to be the 4th ray of starlight, allowing the light of the Lei Gong Hall to cover them. After all, he had no choice but to accept it. This was because there were too many experts in the Lei Gong Hall. Lei Gong Hall is very strong. After landing on the ground, the sacred ancestor lightly said. Although his words carried a hint of admitting defeat, he was also saying that the Lei Gong Hall was indeed powerful, and he was sincerely convinced. However, this Lei Gong Hall wasn't worthy of his admiration. "Thank you for letting me win." Lin Ling smiled and floated down. Although he understood the hidden meaning in the sacred ancestor's words, he didn't care because this time, he was representing the Lei Gong Hall. As long as the Lei Gong Hall wasn't underestimated, this was enough. "Brother Ling." "Sir." At this time, Yu Yu and the others finally arrived. There were also many experts, including Sakura and the Demon Lord. Moreover, Lin Ling sensed that their strength had greatly increased. Clearly, after experiencing the investiture of the gods, they had obtained a lot of benefits. Seeing the arrival of experts from the Lei Gong Hall, the sacred ancestor and the others became even more silent. They knew that the current Lei Gong Hall wasn't something they could provoke. Of course, this was one thing, but when they thought of their previous humiliation, the sacred ancestor and the others still felt angry and vexed. Rumble. At this time, the rolling clouds in the small path between the 2 cliffs began to recede like the receding tide. In the middle, a small path that could only fit 2 people appeared clearly in front of everyone's eyes. However, after the clouds receded, the demonic aura that seemed to have solidified spread out. When it passed through everyone, as long as one's strength was weak, they could feel the boundary essence on the surface of their body being constantly corroded. "Is this the Ear Ox Cave?" Many people said in a hoarse voice, and their eyes were filled with seriousness. This was because they knew that many gods had entered the Ji Air's Ox Cave, and a place that even gods were interested in must be extraordinary. Of course, the Ear Ox Cave was the only place left behind in the Age of Gods, and it was also known to the people. It represented its mysteriousness. "Let's go in." Lin Ling looked indifferently at the small path and walked in with large strides. "Wait, our sacred ancestor should go in first." At this time, an old voice suddenly sounded. It was an old man that the sacred ancestor had brought along. At this moment, he frowned and said, "Let the Hall Lei Gong Hall go in first." However, the sacred ancestor just calmly said. He knew that he had lost and wasn't qualified to be the first to enter. Lin Ling looked at the old man with a sneer, mocking him for not knowing how to appreciate favors, and then stepped into the small path. Behind him, the people from the Hall Lei Gong Hall followed one after another, and each of them puffed out their chests proudly. Although the Hall Lei Gong Hall of the 4 great gods was not as famous as before after the fall of Lei Gong, today's matter told everyone that the Hall Lei Gong Hall still existed and was still powerful. Primogenitor. Seeing the Hall Lei Gong Hall enter majestically, the old man from before looked at the sacred ancestor with unwillingness.